Oh my god. Hello. I will go over here. I didn't sleep last night. I don't know how I'm still functioning. I'm being so serious. I went to bed yesterday at 4 a.m. and I woke up at 10. I got 6 hours of sleep. I don't know how I'm still alive. And then I decided to feed my addiction by chewing bubblegum. Not bubblegum, just gum. It's mint, but it tastes like watermelon. I don't know why, but yeah. Hi Falco, how's it going? But yeah, I don't know how I'm alive right now. Cause I can't live off 6 hours of sleep usually. I have to have more. I had to have like 8 hours of sleep, or else I will die. And so, you know, those 2 hours of extra sleep are very important for me. Cause I can't function on 6 hours of sleep. And I wanted to take a nap, and then I didn't have time. Also, hi Phantom, how's it going? Yeah, at work. I'm dying because I got 6 hours of sleep. I went to bed at 4 a.m. and I woke up at 10, and I don't know how I'm still functioning. Because usually I go to bed at like 12 or 1 a.m. and then I wake up at 10. So, you know, that's like 3 extra hours of sleep. And so now I'm dying, and you know, I'm forcing myself to play an RPG because I think that's funny. And yeah, you know, a turn-based strategy RPG. I don't know how I'd be yeah, I don't know how I'm functioning. I kind of just, I don't know. I wasn't even able to take a shower today, and that also pissed me off because I had to do stuff. I was like so busy, and so I was just like, fuck, bro, I'm dying. Today is like actually just such a bad day for me. So now I'm just streaming because why not? You know, I'm gonna play a game that hates me to make my day even worse. I still playing the best Pokemon game? Yeah, but like this series hates me. So it's like, you know, it's like, what do I do? This series actually just fucking hates me. I can't really do anything about it. The song was so long. But yeah, I can't really do anything about it. What was it? It is this. Okay. Yippee. Like when I tell you Pokemon fucking hates me. Pokemon fucking hates me. I hope you understand. Does that still work? Okay, that does still work. But yeah, I hope you understand. Pokemon fucking hates me. There's a reason why I still haven't gotten Rayquaza. And it's because Pokemon fucking hates me. So yeah, if I'm more like chill, if I'm more, I don't know. When I'm tired, I kind of realize I just say shit. I do just say shit, so yeah. But I hate Pokemon. Wait, hold on a second, am I starting Alpha Sapphire? Whoa. To be fair, my legendary luck is, I don't know. Like, sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's really bad. Where it'll take me like 2 hours to get one legendary, and then like the other legendary it'll take me like 10 minutes. I don't know why it's like this. Well, Zekrom. Yeah, I don't know why it's like this. Mic test. Wait, oh wait, I don't wanna... Okay, it doesn't work. Yeah, I don't wanna fuck with that. I don't know if I need that though, it's probably just for minigames, I don't know. I thought I can bring my mic. Oh my god, it's you! I hate Pokemon. How's it going? What kind of game is this? It's Pokemon. Zekrom, your beloved. I love Zekrom. I love Professor Juniper. I forgot her name. That's how much I love her. Say anything. I've said mean things to Pokemon before. I love Professor Juniper. I love Chinchilla. Minchilla. I love that guy. I won't use him, but I love that guy. I think I have a good team. I don't know what my last person was gonna be, but then I was like, what if I just, I don't know, get something doesn't really matter. Oh my god, Hilda's in this game. I thought it was fucking Rosa, but it's Hilda. Oh my god, wait. We all know how everyone, wait, I don't know what to name myself. Okay, it was Celeste, it was Solaria, then it was Celeste. Now it has to be... Hang on. Now it has to be... Wait, does it fit? No. You know what? You know what? Wait. Wait. Will this fit? I don't want to count right now. It won't fit. Oh wait, it will fit. Damn, they don't really give me a name. Okay, yeah, there we go. My name is Solaris. Yay, why would I name myself fucking Carly? How does that fit me? Remember when I said you guys suck at names? It still sticks. You guys suck at names. Thank you, Bianca. I'm so cool. That's my friend. No, I named myself Solaris because my name is Solaria. It's just an S at the end, bro. Bye. I'm gonna because I got a shower in me. You get to shower. What the fuck? I didn't get to shower today. Why do you get to shower today? This sucks. You're bad with Pokemon names as a kid? I don't know. I just feel like everyone's bad with Pokemon names except me. I don't know why. At least I try to stick them to a theme as well. Like, why is everyone bad with names? I don't understand. Oh yeah, I'm skipping this because I did this. I played Poke MMO and I did this. I literally just did the opening because someone actually no, I did the first two gyms. So technically this isn't blind like my other ones. I mean it will be. But yeah. A friend really wanted to play Poke MMO and like I don't know, she was like I didn't want to do black and white because you know, I haven't played it yet, but like she really wanted to do Gen 5, so I was like, fine, I'll do it, I guess. And so I did this in Poke MMO. And I think I chose Tepig then, but I'm not gonna choose Tepig now. Spoiler alert. I'm only choosing Oshawott because I want one other Pokemon. And that's it. And yes, it is a fire type, and it's like one of my favorite It's like my second favorite Pokemon. And that's the only reason why I'm choosing Oshawott. I do not care about Oshawott. But you know, wait, can I even name it this? Snivy, your beloved. No. Like, yeah, like I said, I only chose Oshawott because, yeah. I feel like it's obvious what my second favorite Pokemon is, actually, just by saying that. Because, yeah, the only reason I chose Oshawott is because I wanted this fire type. Because it's literally my second favorite Pokemon. And I love it. I love it so much. It'll probably take forever to get it, though. Not only do I have to fully evolve it, but, you know, I had to catch it, and I think it's like a mid-game catch. And I think this game is so fucking long, too, so, like, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I'm making it obvious. Oh my god, I got crit. That's crazy. didn't even see what happened. I was just spamming the A button. Oh my god. That's how you know this playthrough will go bad. Wait, I swear if I win against Sharon, I swear. Favorite Pokemon Go? Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna spam the A button again. Because I think that's good for me. I think this is perfect for me. I got no experience. It's nice, dude. Actually, to be fair, when I played Poke MMO with my friends, they both chose Oshawott. I think they both lost against these battles. So maybe it's just an Oshawott dip, I don't know. Actually, no, they lost against Bianca, but they won against Sharon. So, yeah, exactly what's happening here. Huh. But I chose Tepig in Poke MMO, and I won both of them. So, I don't know, maybe it is just an Oshawott diff, I don't know. How you Val or Heart? Hello. Hello, Val. Or Heart. But yeah, I don't know, Pokemon was crazy. Tepig is my go, I love... I mean, do I spoil it now? I'm gonna choose Tepig in Black and White too. I'm gonna try and use different Pokemon for Black and White too. That's gonna be hard, cause, you know, it's still Gen 5. But I'll still try. Hello, Voodoo, how's it going? I will try. I just be doing shit, you know? Once you get to Ambor, you'll be home free. I just want Chandelure. That's why I chose Oshawott. Because if I chose Tepig in this, I would have, like, not used it after I got Litwick. That's why. And also, aren't Gen 5 water types, bad? Like the ones you get in the wild? So I don't know, at least it makes it a little bit easy. Mash, hello. Hello, noob. I can't talk to this bitch. Oh right, I forgot, I can't run. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, but could you go to Bianca's house? Okay. You're playing Persona 5 Royal? Whoa, I love Persona 5 Royal. I beat that game once. But only once. Justin's pretty good with it, yeah. Yeah, I know, because I only see people talk about Jellicent. And I was like, maybe I get Jellicent. But, yeah, whatever. How you doing? I'm running on 6 hours of sleep, so I'm kind of just doing shit, you know? I, like, almost didn't stream today. Turns of Powerhouse, Calm Mind, Flamethrower, Shadowbot. Yeah, and then you get Will-O-Wisp, but then you, like, miss all the time, so should I really get Will-O-Wisp? I don't know. So actively dying? Yeah. I am actively dying. By the end of the stream, I, like, will not speak once at all in my life. That's also why I'm basically not reading, even though I read all of this for Poke MMO. Because like I said, I only did the first 2 gyms in Poke MMO. And you know, that was like, that's hard mode. That's harder than this, so I should be able to, I don't know, do them pretty easily, right? If I get Will-O-Wisp and Flamethrower does damage and has a chance to cause burn. Because, I mean, 4 moves. Calm Mind, Flamethrower, Shadow Ball, and Will-O-Wisp. Oh, did I say no to the nickname? Well, I got a save edit already, that's cool. You gotta go back to work. Okay, goodbye, Falco. Give me the Pokedex. I know what to do. Oh, wait. I had to say yes. I trapped in a loop because I just want to hold the B button. Fine. I wish I could give you a nickname. Oh my god, this is what happens when I run on 6 hours of sleep. This is what happened. I should have taken a nap. But then I was like, I'm busy, and I was actually busy, so I couldn't. And so now I'm just like, I'm a Pokemon trainer. And now I'm like, I did this before because I played Poke MMO. But only the first 2 gyms. I feel like I said this I don't know how many times. And so, yeah. These two aren't Nuzlockiness. True. I mean, it is my first time. And I'm not that good at Pokemon. I just want to, like, do things. I just want to, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, to be fair, I remember them talking to forever in Poke MMO. And it was really funny because whenever we got stopped, we would just complain for 5 minutes and then the scene would end after 5 minutes. And so, I don't know, I just thought it was really funny. I feel like doing this first in Poke MMO was not a good experience. But, you know, whatever, it's really stupid. I feel like I had to change the pixelization, because sometimes they're kind of like, you know, just squares, I don't know. They're kind of just there. Oh wait, Patrat's in this game? Oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself. I forgot Patrat was in this game. I fucking hate Patrat. Like in ZA, one of my only shinies was a fucking Patrat. I wanted to kill myself. You wanna know what the other shiny was? Because I only had 2? It was a fucking Trubbish. I wanted to kill myself. But then my partner gave me a shiny Gengar. And so, you know, when I Mega Evolved it, I was happy. Because it was white. And it looked cool. So yeah. I love Mega Gengar. But yeah, I don't know. This bitch just makes me want to kill myself. Patrat specifically, I hate Patrat. It looks so ugly. I don't like it. I hate Patrat and Watchog. What is it? It's Watchog, right? I don't know what it's called. I just hate it. Watchog. I don't know. Just kill it with fire, please. I want it gone. I gotta catch all my fucking little putts, bro. Oh wait. I don't have Pokeballs, never mind, I can't do that. What I can do is kill. Kill this guy. What the fuck? Oshawott, you're shit, you're supposed to kill him. We can't even give you a nickname because you're shit. Yay. Whoa, that's how fast I can spam. Hello, thank you. Hello. Sorry, I'm tired. How can I run? I can't run. Oh my god, I'm so slow. Can I fight this guy? I can't fight this guy. I want Pokeballs. Can someone give me balls? I need balls. What? I need balls. Hi, Sharon. Fuck. Oh, hello. I need you. I need like 5 fucking little pucks. And then I'll be complete. And then everything will be cool and good. I'll be happy. I need 5 fucking little putts, please. Actually, no, I only need like 4, right? Whatever, I'll just get a bunch of them. I'll name them all stupid shit. We need Clowny plushies. I wish I was popular enough to get clown plushies. I'm not. How about it? Do you want to compare which, do I have balls? I didn't even see if I have balls. Oh, I do have balls. Okay. Fine, I'll catch like 5 Lillipups, bro. No, not you. Go away. Oh my god, bro, Patrat's so annoying. I just want my Lillipups. Fuck this guy, I swear to god. I actually just want him dead. I want him dead. He needs to die. I want to raise Patrat for him, like, I don't know, the earth. If I could go back in time and made it so Patrat never existed, I would. I would do that. I don't know if Patrat's worse than Hitler, but like, he's pretty up there, you know? He's like really up there. I will say. I was about to say, bro, this is like the longest I've ever been in grass. Are you fucking serious? Wait, can I run? Yay, okay. I mean, I probably should have fought, because like, I'm like right there. I'm like right there with, bro. Bro. I just want my dog, bro. I just want my stupid fucking dog. I gotta name it a stupid fucking name, but I just want my stupid fucking dog. Oh, yay. I got my stupid fucking dog, bro. I almost killed it. I need like 5 of these, I don't know. Should I stay here and get 5 of them? For no reason. Other than I can. Even though I get to put all of them in a box. No, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch them all pickup, and then I'm gonna evolve one into Herdier, and then just, I don't know, I'm never gonna use it ever again. And you know what? I'm gonna name it. Hang on. Oh, that does work. Okay, I'm gonna name it. Bingus. Yay. Thank you, Bingus. I love you. Oh my god. Please be another one. Yay! Okay, you know what? This works. Name them cartoon dog characters? No, wait, I have a thing for them. I have a thing for them. God, I should never, like, stream when I'm fucking tired. I should never do this ever again. I can already feel it. Not even 30 minutes have passed, and, like, I can already feel it. What the fuck is that? Okay, whatever. Dingus. My favorite generation? Well, hi, Yuriko. Dingus. Bro. Now I can't leave. Oh, well, there's another one I had to catch. Well, it's not my fault. They're just kind of putting them there, you know? Favorite Pokemon of all time is in this game? Well, mine isn't. Mine's in other game. But you know, it's kind of cool, I guess. My Oshawott almost dead. And I don't like that. Yay. Shiny Haxorus. Oh right, Haxorus is in this game, huh? You know what? I always forget. I have so much swag. I guess I do. Where's the ass? There we go. Mingus. Mingus, Mingus, and Mingus. There we go. I love them. Wait, I accidentally pressed me again because I don't know. Why do I keep doing this? I don't know why. I don't care, Sharon. You're a nerd. Go away, please. Thank you. Oh, why am I getting a phone call? Okay, never mind. I forgive you. You're hot. Go away. Bye. No, I'm running based off like pure memory from what, like 2 months ago? God, my concept of time is bad. I don't even think it's been 2 months. Actually, it might have been 2 months already. It might have been 3 months, actually. I don't remember. Oh wait, they gave me a tutorial on how to do— oh my god, I forgot. Go away. Hear it, yay. I'm cool, yay. Yeah, you know, I honestly forgot everything. Like I said, I played Poke MMO. I don't know what I did. I know someone bought me a cosmetic for Poke MMO, and that's what I did. How are you, and how are you liking Pokemon White so far? I'm still in the tutorial. They're teaching me how to, you know, use a Pokemon Center. I think I'm 4 years old. I think that's what I am. Oh wait, is this where you buy balls? Okay, in Poke MMO, this is where you buy like cosmetics. So that's what I know. I bought a hat here once. I don't know how much it costs, but I bought a hat here once. And that's all. What do you sell? Males. I almost said meal because I thought it said meal, but no, it says male. Oh my god, it's a song. Oh my god, it's a fucking song. Wait, holy fuck, it's a song. Oh my god, it's terrorism. Holy shit. This song plays while terrorism's happening. That's crazy. My name is Getus. I'm here representing Team Plasma. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to talk to you about Pokemon Liberation. I love terrorism. I'm sure most of you believe that we humans are partners. We humans and Pokemon are partners that have come to live together because we want and need each other. However, is that really the truth? Have you ever considered that perhaps we humans only assume that this is the truth? I don't know. Pokemon are subject to the selfish commands of trainers. They get pushed around when they are our partners at work. Can anyone say with confidence that there is no truth in what I'm saying? Yikes, no way, I don't know. Why are they like this? I don't understand. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Pokemon are different from humans. They are living beings that contain unknown potential. They are living beings from whom we humans have much to learn. Tell me, what is our responsibility toward this? I don't know. I was gonna be so angry at times. He had too many fits. Whoa. I shouldn't interact with people when I'm this tired. Oh my god. I was gonna say something nice, and I was gonna say something rude, and then I was gonna say something nice, and then I just didn't say anything at all. So it's like, I don't know. Oh wait, do I have to fight this guy? I know you fight him in Poke MMO, but I don't know if you have to fight him here. Oh, you do have to fight him, okay. What's this about Pokemon? That's nothing to say. Yes, they're talking, then you two can't hear it either. How sad. My name is N. I love this guy. We're asked to complete a Pokedex and we just left on our journey. My main goal is to become a champion though. You're gonna confine many Pokemon and Pokeballs for that then? Yeah. I'm a trainer too, but I can't help wondering, are Pokemon really happy that way? Yeah. Well, Solaris, is it? Let me help. Let me hear Pokemon's voice again. I just got it, bro. It's not gonna like me that much. And not until the end. Oh, you only have one guy. Wait, fucking... Oh my god, yeah, Pokemon MMO was way harder. In fucking Pokemon MMO, he had like... He had 3 or 4 Pokemon already. You're higher level than me. That sucks. I should use my fucking little pup. And that's what I should use. I think my little pup can handle this. Even though it's only level 4. And then Team Rocket Team has the second best villain. Team Rocket is weird for me. Cause like the twist in red, blue, yellow, or like, you know, fire, red, leaf, and whatever. That Giovanni is the gym leader. Like that was so cool, and then they never did it again. But then, I don't know, in Soul and Silver, they just kind of die randomly. Like, you just beat them at the radio tower. And they just kind of die. And then they leave. And so, I don't know, it's just weird to me. Like, I don't know, I thought they would do something else after the radio tower, but no, they just kind of just die. That's why it's weird to me. I feel like Team Galactic is better than Team Rocket, though. Because that's when they started caring about the story more. I mean, no, Emerald is when they started caring about the story more. But I feel like in Gen 4 is when they really started to ramp up the story and like the stakes, I guess. So yeah, no. Like in Gen 3, it's just like, you know, they accidentally like almost destroy the world. But then in Gen 4, it's just like, oh yeah, Cyrus wants to fucking create a new world where he's the leader. He's kind of insane. That's why. He's kind of weird. And like, I don't know, like just the way he talks about his team members too, like how he calls them all stupid and gullible, I don't know. That's why I love Cyrus. It's like, yeah, he's right, but oh my god. Please listen to my music. That's nice music, bro. Do you wanna listen? I do wanna listen. Oh my god, wait. I made the music better. Oh my god, wait, I made the music better. Oh, sorry, you start with Oshawott. Because I want Chandelure. But I like Tepig more. But I just want a Chandelure because Chandelure is like my second favorite Pokemon. Ever. And so that's why I want Chandelure. Oh yeah, Patrat, I'm gonna kill you. Yay! I want to run. They're not letting me run, bro. I can't run. Please, I need to run. I need to run. They're not letting me run. Hello, what do you say? Good afternoon. You look like you have no hair. Okay, now you look like you have hair a little bit, but oh my god. Watching information changing on the electric bullet blow, it makes me happy. I find it so soothing. Wow. Can I run now? What the fuck? First started playing, well, Oshawott is your starter? Well... Oh, hello, Mom! Bro, why is my mom hot? Why would they make her like this? Can't you give me shoes? Oh, hello! I thought you just I don't know, why would- okay. Mom jump scare, actually. Yay! I can run now. Fuck, I don't need to know how to run. Bye. I know how to run, I'm not that stupid. Why is she like this? What the fuck? Asa, you run so fast, wait. Should I run from this? Or should I kill him? No, I need experience. Version 2, I chose Tepig. Yeah, in White 2, I'm gonna choose Tepig. Spoiler alert. Because I mean, I said this already, like, I'm gonna try and choose different Pokemon, like, every single game, and I can't, like, you know, use the same Pokemon. That way I don't just choose, like, you know, a Gyarados every single game or, like, something, you know, that's why. Hi Larry, how's it going? But in fucking Soul Silver, that was so hard. Because, oh my god, Gyarados is so good in Soul Silver, and I chose Gyarados for Gen 1. Well, Fire Red, whatever. Because I didn't know how to get Lapras, because, you know, I know nothing about Pokemon. But whatever. It going? Yeah, it's also going. Hi Kuja, how's it going? I'm running on 6 hours of sleep. I slept at 4 AM, I woke up at like 10. House being white? I don't want to be whitewashed. But you know, it's better than... Never mind. Does mating dance? I think you should do that to Laru. I think he would like it. You're right, yeah. I believe you had to trade with someone that has it. Yeah, but in Fire Red, you can just get it. You have to get it from an NPC. You have to just talk to an NPC and they'll give it to you. But I didn't know which NPC, because I never talked to the NPCs. I didn't know the NPCs like gave me important shit. So I never talked to them. And then in Gen 2, like, I don't know, after like watching, like, I looked up where to get so many things for Fire Red. And they're like, oh yeah, talk to NPC, talk to NPC, talk to NPC. And so for Gen 2, that's when I started doing that. Like for Soul Silver, that's when I started talking to NPCs. And then I realized, oh, talking to the NPCs is actually kind of good. So yeah. That's why I started talking to the NPCs more. I learned. To be fair, after playing every single Pokemon game, like, I learned something new each time. So I do like it. I feel like you guys are watching me learn in real time how to play Pokemon. Every sentence you say has a colon 3 at the end of it? Yeah. Honestly, everyone tells me this. I'm not even lying about that, too. Everyone always says I have colon 3 energy. You know, maybe I should use My Little Pup. If I was good at the game, I would do that. I'm not good at the game, though. I just want to train my Oshawott. Yeah, tell them to give you a Pokemon you don't have, or... Yeah. Like, it's not just that either, but like, a lot of the NPCs give you like really good items. Like, they'll just give you, like, a fucking EXP share randomly, and you don't even know that they give you that, so it's like, oh, okay. Yay, potion. Wait, why do you put your hand in the air like fucking Zelda, bro? Bro, it's fucking Zelda. I can't escape Zelda. Come on, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to kill someone? I can do that. Let's have a Pokemon battle, okay. I only have my little pups. I hope you like that. Whoa, guys, did you know that it's 1747? Did you know that? For me, at least. Kill him. Oh. I was identified. No, don't do that to me. Don't fucking do that to me. Die. I cannot be perceived. Tepig. This is a good Pokemon for that Pokemon. You know, I almost switched because I just wanted to like use a little pup, but whatever, it's fine. World record? Whoa. You can't even one-shot it. Oh my god. Are you gonna heal? You are gonna heal. You're a bitch. Why would you do that? Bye. I squirted on him. Squirted on him, bruh. I'm spamming so fast. I shouldn't do that. Give me something. Bye. I won. Isn't there something you can get in here? I remember getting something in here. If only you could catch the starters in the wild. I mean, you can. It's just usually post-game. Because Fernald said she was testing something and she had a scary look on her face. Oh, okay. Does it sound like I have gum in my mouth? I know that's a weird question, but I do have gum in my mouth. Your family must be talking about you right now? My family is cool. Or something, I don't know. I should go to the Pokemon Center, actually. That's what I should do. Stop talking to me! Thank you. I'm gonna talk to these old people now. Well, this guy sucks at Pokemon. Or something. Look, see, I told you. The NPC just give you random shit. I don't know why. Stop talking to me. And then there's like a thing over here. Oh yeah, this guy. Pokemon found Dark Blaze 2. That's when the spot is a trick. Here's one for you. Yeah, I know this guy because of Poke MMO. I found him. And then I was like, what the fuck is this guy doing here? And then he gave me that. Oh, what I remember, I don't think you can unless you trade for one. What, a Lapras? You can get a Lapras in Fire Red without trading. Like I said, it's one of the the starters. Yeah, I look for Junior. He's not here. He could be in a trainer school. I don't want to go to the trainer school. I want to go over here, actually. I think oh my god, no. Go away. Go away from me. You know, I'm just gonna train my Oshawott even though it's bad for this gym. And just, I don't know. I don't know what to do for this gym. Like, what do I do for this gym? This gym actually fucking sucks. This one and the normal type gym in this game fucking suck. I don't want to fight them. I'm gonna hate fighting them, actually. I already know what she can do, bro. Like, she's so scary. I don't want to fight her. Where's Mingus? Right, Mingus is my my highest level 1. Yo, Mingus. Level 4 again. Oh my god. Yeah, you're not surviving, bro. Jim, I believe it's Street Butter. No. No, the gimmick is you always fight the one that's stronger against your starter. Like the one that beats your starter. Cause there's a grass leader, there's a fire leader, and there's a water leader. And you will just fight the one that's stronger against your starter. That's why it's annoying. And that's why I don't know why I'm training this guy. Just cause I can, I guess. I don't fucking know. Yeah, I should put my little pup in the lead. Just so I can insta-switch. Yeah, see, Mingus is good. Oh my god, Mingus. Yes, Mingus. See, I told you. You're rusty. It's fine. I last played this 2 months ago, I think. Alright, where's Mingus? I gotta switch Mingus to here. Thank you, Mingus. What the fuck? Why would you do that to me? No, why would you do this to me? Your jokes. Mingus, Dingus, and Bingus? Yeah. I got 3 of them, bro. Oh my god, Mingus, you can fuck this guy up. Get him, Mingus. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, no, you're gonna die. Unless... oh no, you're shit. Bye. Oh my god, wait, you can kill him, you can kill him. Wait, you can kill him. Yes, Mingus! Yes! Mingus might go. Alright, Mingus, I gotta switch you out. Oh my god, Mingus! Bro, Mingus just wants to murder. What do I do? Mingus wants to kill. I can't stop him. I have to stop him though. Mingus is on a murder spree. What do I do about it? Veneno Raccoon, thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. You got the guy who's help you to the game when you played? I'm doing this completely blind. Unless I can't find anything and I'll look it up. But that's it. Oh my god, I want to put like Dingus or whatever the fuck Bingus, but whatever. I can't believe I forgot Dingus. But I can't. It has to be this way. Why did he level up so fast? Cause I know in mid-game you're not gonna level up at all. I know that's how this game works. Hello, do you give me what I want? What was the first one you received? Oshawott, really? This Panzer could be a really big help. Your Oshawott does not do well against grass-type Pokemon. Do what I do. Cat, what do I name this? I'll let you name this. Yeah, what do I name this? It's a male monkey, Pansage. I don't like the monkeys, but you know. The 3 monkeys, the grass, water. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I don't like them. So what do I name it? I'm gonna let you know, I probably won't use it after this gym. So, you better name it something cool. What is this? Is this just... Oh, it is just... regular keyboard. Wait, that's crazy. They even got the minus right here. What can I name Monkey? I don't know what to name it. And that's why I'm asking you guys to name it. But I don't know what to name this freak. I don't want to just name it Freak either. But yeah, I don't know what to name it. What if I name it... this is the Hear No Evil one, right? I'm just guessing because it got the big ears. Caesar? Yeah, sure, I'll name it Caesar. Where's Art? Yay! I want this. Yippee. I'm not gonna use that, but yippee. Okay, I can do gym now. And not have a horrible time. Like Planet of the Gates. Well, I know that movie. I watched that movie. Can you move? Thank you. What's the school? This is the school, right? Yeah, that's the school. Hello, school. Where's the guy I need? You're not the guy I need. Okay, looking for gym leader. That's what. Yeah, what do we have a better? Wait, I don't want to do that. What the fuck? I should have gone to the fucking. Oh my god. You know what? No, I got fucking. I got that. Whatever his name is. Yep. I got him. Yeah, you. Wait, no, Mingus, you're dead. Wait, no, Mingus. Mingus, I can't use you. Wait, I forgot. No. Do you even have a fire type move? I didn't look at your stats. Oh, you do? Okay. That's cool. Bro doesn't have Ember, he has Incinerate. Why? Is about to send Purloin. No, Caesar can't do this. Get him, Caesar. Incinerate his item again. If he has one. He doesn't have one. What the fuck? Can you stop, like, talking like this? I don't like you. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no. Wait, well, that's... You're normal, right? Whatever. But I just realized I used a ghost type against, like, what I thought was a normal. But it still worked for some reason. I don't know why. I don't think this guy's normal. This is a stupid fight. Okay, thank you. Actually, the fights are going a lot faster than in fucking Gen 4. And honestly, I'm so glad. Yeah, you better give me your berry, bitch. Thank you. Bye. Okay, I don't know what to do for this gym. Like, I don't know who to use. Because I don't know what the trainers are gonna use. Because it's technically, like, in everything gym. So I don't know what the trainers are gonna use. I know what the gym leader's gonna use, but I don't know what the trainers are gonna use. So it's a little weird. Oh wait, I just realized I had to change this. Fast, battle scene on, but yeah, stereos, yes. Okay, thank you. And that's all I had to change. I guess I'll put you in the front. Cause like I said, I don't know what you're gonna do. You wanted to channel the gym? In that case, it was the first Pokemon you chose. Ice-T, it's weak against Grass type. I need to prepare to face that type. I can fight that. This shit will be... Oh, right, that's what you do. For sure you're channel the gym, take this again right the occasion. Whoa. Okay. Fire. Do I choose what it's weak to or strong against? Okay, what it's weak to.
Here you go. Have a head pat.
Oh my god, hi Bubble Nubby, how's it going? I'm gonna die. I'm so glad so fast. I should have titled the stream running on 4 hours of sleep. That's what I should have named the stream. Actually, not 4 hours, 6 hours of sleep. Sorry, I'm fucking lying. As usual. But... Okay, well I can't lick you. You're immune, so I'm gonna blow you up. Yeah, okay, what about you? I'm dying. My monkey isn't good against this. Know who will be good against this though? Oshawott. I should have never just switched, bruh. Ouch. I should have never switched, bruh. Fuck you. Get squirted on, idiot. Ouch. My monkey's only gonna be good against one Pokemon. And that's it. It's just gonna be good against one trainer. And that's it. Water is good against grass. Or water is weak to grass. There, what am I saying? Let's see. Oh wait, you're a person. I didn't see you there. Hello. Why are y'all mates? I don't know how I feel about this. Can my monkey beat you? Probably not. Let's see how good my fire does against you. Okay, it still does nothing. Wait, I know what can beat you though. What have you been up to lately? I beat Zelda yesterday. And I've just been playing Pokemon as well, and some horror games. And that's it. But like I said, today I'm running on like 6 hours of sleep. So I'm kind of just like, I'm kind of just here. You know, while I'm playing Pokemon. I'm gonna bite this guy. Wait, what? Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. I didn't know what that did. What horror game did you play? I played Shipwreck 64. That's what I played. And then this Saturday I'm gonna play Endocopia. Bro, I actually just feel like I'm in a fever dream. This is so I got a crit. And that's so insane. Wait, you still have a Pokemon? No, my dog is dead. Hi Cohen, how's it going? My dog died. In game. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Die! Wording on him. Hell yeah. Focus energy. What does that do? I don't know what this does. Oh, that's what that does. Get rid of this shit, bruh. Not good, yeah. I'm gonna go have a good rest of the stream. Goodbye. I'm so tired. The grass is weak to fire. Yeah. I know Pokemon. Don't ever ask me anything ever again. Get me out of here, actually. I need to heal. I wonder what they'll start with. You know what? I'll just send out my Lillipup. I'll send it as fodder. I feel like that's kinda rude to say, but it's true. That is what it is. My Lillipups are fodder. I'm sorry, Mingus, Dingus, and Bingus, but that's what you are. That's exactly what you are. Hi, J-Wolf, how's it going? Where's the gym? Well. Alright then. Where's this bitch? Hello, I should have saved actually. But whatever. I'm chilly, I light things up with fire-type Pokemon. I'm water-type specialist and my name is Cress. And my name is... Celine. Yeah. I mean, it's like cilantro. I don't like cilantro. Fuck you. It tastes like soap to me. Fuck you. Good, how are you? I'm running on 6 hours of sleep. I don't know if it's obvious. Okay, with me, I'll put everything I've got into being, or you know, your opponent. You taste like soap. And that is what I decided. Oh my god, Lillipup versus Lillipup, let's go. That's a normal amount of sleep. It's not for me. That's why I feel like I'm dying. No! Oh my god. Can I get a crit? Oh, okay. Can I get a crit? Oh, okay. That's cool. Actually, I'm not gonna use Oshawott to spite, so... The cilantro drink is apparently genetic. It tastes like soap to me. I don't like it. So I'm gonna kill this guy because he tastes like... Bro, because he tastes like soap. I knew you would do this, you bitch. And I didn't sleep, to be honest. That is well developed. Yeah. Burrito Boy 69, thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. So the slow is there, it's just that only someone can taste it. I know, but I don't like it. And so I killed that guy. God, you know it sucks. There's this like really good soup that my stepmom cooks, but she puts cilantro in it. And so it kind of tastes a little bit soapy to me every single time I eat it. And so I'm just like, huh, that's cool, whatever. So it's just like soapy soup for me, you know? But whatever. You know, this didn't happen in Pokemon MMO where it played like the cool dramatic music. I didn't know it did this. Why aren't you dead? I got so lucky like the first attack and then I low rolled hard, bro. What the fuck? Just die. Kinda normal to not like things that taste like soap. I killed him. Fuck you, you taste like soap. And like not even chili or crust could beat you. You know, if my pantsuit died, I would have had to send in one of my level 2 little pups. And that would have been funny. Demands are proof of trainer's abilities if we have one badge. Like if I just got crit and died, I would have, I don't know. I don't know what I would have done. I would have done something. If you use workout to Pokemon's attack as much as it can be used as many times you want. Wait, what? What? That's not true. Wait, did they change that for this game? Wait, that's crazy. Hey there, I'm Benno, Master Juniper asked me to give you something. They changed it at some point, I don't know when. I guess it was this game. That's actually crazy. You're going to meet all of the Pokemon Unova? I guess. Hello, stairs. Hello, upstairs. I'm going upstairs. You know, sometimes it feels like I didn't sleep. Like right now, it feels like I didn't sleep. And I pressed something that I didn't want to press, and now I'm dying. But yeah. But yeah, it feels like I didn't sleep. I don't know. At least I learned cut. Oh, this is the dream machine. I forgot what this does, and I don't really care actually, because I can't even use it anyway. Oh, you can fight trainers. Okay. Yeah, but I can't even use this anyway, so I don't really care anyway. Are Lillipups the HN slaves in this game? You didn't sleep much? I'm also tired. But like, you can't sleep. If I can't sleep, you can't sleep. That's how it is. How the fuck do I teach you anything? Where's my bag? Oh my god, why is it here? Okay, there we go. What the fuck? Okay, you're not. You know, I'll just teach this to you then. Since you're useless to me right now, and you know Scratch and Leer, like, what the fuck? Okay, I mean, I need this, but that's 50 power. Okay, fuck Scratch then. Yeah, I don't care. Get me out! I don't even know which one's... Okay, there we go. I was about to say, I don't even know which one's the top screen anymore. I'm having to go through advanced menus while on 6 hours of sleep. I feel like a Victorian child. This is like my first time. This is my first time seeing the menu in this game. I feel like a Victorian child. Why is it so Fruitiger Arrow, bro? Why? Why is it like this? Okay, if Poke MMO didn't lie to me, I go here and cut this. Yeah, okay. Are you looking for a mysterious Pokemon too? I guess. Okay. Answer me when you're gonna show. Okay. I hear it. I don't know if I want to catch it though. Oh my god, the text is so fast. I thought like you were still talking to me. Oh my god, the fast text is so fast in this game, bro. They actually fixed the speed issue. Gen 4 was so fucking slow. Make some dream mist. They want it to nut. Hi Hunter, how's it going? Who are you? What are you doing? Are you talking about us? We're Team Plasma. We battle day and night, deliver Pokemon foolish humans. What are we doing? The Pokemon Mana and Mashine. A mysterious vapor called Dream Mist, which allows. Yeah, whatever. We're shouldn't dream to break their hearts. Got a new guitar pedal? Well, that's cool. I wish I liked playing instruments. Because I learned the saxophone and I learned the guitar and I was like, you know what, I don't really like playing this. And so I stopped playing them. That's cool. It is the pedal that pedals. Okay, little pup, I know you kinda died last time, but can you like not die this time? Please don't get crit. Okay. Wait, I can maybe do this. Okay, I can't do this. Never mind. Wait, just get a crit, get a crit, get a crit, get a crit. Okay. Oh my god, I flinched. Wait, that's good too. Yay. Thank you, Mingus. I knew I loved you the most. What, it's almost my birthday. Wait, but so they'll just start on guitar? Well... I don't have use a modular synthesizer. I've always wanted to learn synthesizer too, but then I feel like, you know, I would get bored again. And not like playing it. Like the thing I like doing the most is singing. But like, I don't know. Is that really that impressive? I don't think so. Like, so many people can sing. And so that's, and also I just get really shy singing, and I don't know, I don't like doing that. Learning the fundamentals of how shit singing's impressive. I guess, I don't know. I mean, I was always good at singing, maybe that's why I don't think it's impressive. Because I started singing, like, good in middle school. That's why. I just practiced every day and yeah, I just got good at it, so yeah. I realized though, and I thought I was weird for this. What are you two doing? Goofing up. Wait, what are you doing? What? Oh. We Team Plasma shall separate Pokemon from foolish people. If you cannot fulfill your duties. This isn't Getz's when he's getting followers, or Getz's when he's trying to control people by tricking them with speeches. Yeah, this Getz's when the plan has failed and he is about to issue punishment. Anyway, let's hurry and say we're sorry for that he forgives, hopefully forgives us. Bleh. Okay, what I was gonna say is, I realized, and I thought I was weird for this, but then I learned that it's actually really common, is that I can't sing when I'm sitting down. And it's because of breath flow and breath control, because it's kinda worse when you're sitting down than when you're standing up. Because when I'm standing up is when I can sing. But I can't sing when I'm sitting down. And I learned that it's actually really common and that most people who can sing prefer to stand up because of it. Yeah. Also, hi Camo. I'm just glad that, you know, I'm not actually bad at singing because of that, though. I should learn how to sing while sitting down, but like, I just can't. I really just can't. My singing's so much worse when I sit down. I had to stand up. This is your first Pokemon game? This is my... I don't know Pokemon game. So let's see, I played Sword and Shield, I played Scarlet and Violet, I played Arceus, I played ZA, I played... What the fuck? I played Fire Red, I played Soul Silver, I played Emerald, I played Platinum, and now I'm playing this. Their first was Diamond? What? No, Diamond should have been my first one. But I didn't get Pokemon, because I don't know. Even though I was so interested in Pokemon and I watched the anime and everything, I just didn't get Pokemon. And part of it was because I was poor. And so I only got Mario games and like Zelda games. That's why I stole the Mario and Zelda. And it's just basically like me righting the wrongs of my childhood by not being able to play Pokemon. Versus Blue. Whoa. I'm glad I'm not old. But yeah, I played all the Switch ones, and now I'm just playing the good ones. Yeah.
There you go. Have a head pat.
Thanks for the head pat. Oh my god, you stupid fucking Lillipup! Why are you still in my lead? No! You get a crit, but I don't want you to! Oh my god. Mingus, why? I know you want to go on a murder spree, but why, Mingus? I think Psychic will be really good actually, I probably won't even use it. Oh my fucking god. It's Hitler. I'm running away. Actually, no, that's Hitler Jr. We haven't met Hitler yet. Hitler will come up though. It's like the third gym, I think. Or is it the second one? No, it's the third one, right? Like I said, I only played up till that gym. And after that, I stopped. I beat it! But I stopped. And it was in Poke MML, so it was the harder version. So actually, I should be praised. Hitler, yeah, that's a... that's a child from the Hitler Youth Camp. And that guy right there. I could have said something much worse, but I stopped myself. It's a little too recent, if you catch my drift. It's actually ongoing, but you know, it's still a little too recent if you catch my drift. TM, yeah, whatever. Can you move? Hello, old man, what do you say? Oh, you're gonna talk to me, okay. Scientist Fennel was looking for you a little while ago. Didn't I go there? Oh wait, they wanted me to catch a mana, didn't they? And then I just did it. Huh. Oh well. Actually, let me talk to you. Ta-da, thanks to you, I got... Oh, okay. I can't go to the internet, why do I need to do this? Nintendo, shut the internet down! The internet doesn't exist anymore! This shit doesn't work! Fuck you! No, the internet doesn't work anymore! You're outdated! Stop talking to me! I'm going insane. Bro, I can't use any of this. I can't use any of this! Go away, bro, the internet doesn't work anymore! It's done! You should all die! Okay. Now that the internet's gone, I could go— why is my bottom screen this? How do I change it? Oh, no, don't do that, okay. Bye, old man, I hate you. I hope I can get one of the Pokemon I want. I also hope that I can... oh wait, is this a daycare? I could put my little pup in here. Should I put my monkey in here, actually? No. Maybe until I get a better fire type. But yeah. I feel like saving right now and quitting so I can name my Oshawott the same so you guys can like maybe guess the same. Cause the same is like something American. But like I can't show any of you guys because I said no accidentally. And I didn't realize I said no. And so I just like, fuck bro, what do I do? And also this game like is so fast, I feel like I'm not really missing anything, you know? Just because of how fast this game is. Like this game is so like I gotta keep saying this. This game is so much faster than fucking Diamond Pearl Platinum. Like holy fuck. It's actually like good. This is actually the best game ever. Mingus. I don't need helping hand. A little, yeah, okay. Bro, it's more like a lot. This game is like crack. If Diamond Pearl Platinum is normal speed, this game is like crack. Wait, what the fuck? Why are you fighting me? I just wanted to speak to you. What the fuck? Go, Mingus. Go, my Mingus. No, where's Oshawott? There's Oshawott. What the fuck? Why do y'all have Leer? I swear every single Pokemon in this game has Leer. And it kinda does nothing if I can one-shot them, but still. It's crazy. Bro, like see how fast it— oh my god! I'm actually on crack. I'm actually— this is what crack feels like. I now know what crack feels like. Get me on that crack pipe, bruh. Wait, why am I using you? I guess that's why I'm using it. This is to take that scroll of battle speeds. It is. It is. It doesn't help that I put the text speed on the fastest it could go. Maybe it's a little too fast. I did not know how fast it would be. Because usually, you know, it's fast, but it's not that fast. This is like, oh my god. I couldn't even read what it used. It used Lick, okay. I'm like, okay, bro. Fuck you, Jimmy. I hope I crushed your hopes and dreams. I honestly hope I did. What's in here? Your Pokemon don't seem to be healthy. Oh, okay. You know what? This is a good spot to save. Now that they're healed. How do I save? That's how I save. Okay, let's see how fast the saving will be. I'm thinking... Because now I gotta go to the save editor. Okay, the saving is still a little slow. But I guess that makes sense. And then, where is my party? Okay. View, let me change your name. I almost evolved him accidentally because I thought that's where his name was. Okay, yep. How do I do this actually? Because, save, export, okay. And then you go here. And then yes, you will do this. Okay, there we go. I have named him. It took too long to name him, but I have named him. And now he is good, he is happy. Because I have named him. And so now I can just open the ROM again because I have named him. Where's White? I guess it's this. Yeah, sure. But yeah, I named him. Wait, this game came out in 2011? Oh, no wonder it's so fast, bro. Oh my god. When did Platinum come out? Why is it asking me every single time? I can't use it. The internet is dead. Please. I'm in winter? What the fuck? Okay, wait. You can see his name now. It's Sacramento. That is his name. My partner said name them something American, so I did. I'm naming them something American. How many you gonna chase? How it really changes? Okay, what is this kid talking about? You like it? The names I chose are kind of gendered. Which really sucks because, if I get, you know, the wrong gender for that Pokemon, and when the Pokemon I want is like an 8% chance to get, that'll suck. that'll really suck. I will say, that's gonna really suck. Wait, why is it Mingus? Mingus, I don't care, but Mingus. I mean, Mingus, I don't care, but Mingus. Why are you here? Mingus, watch out. Get him that way anyway. I mean, I will. I'm not gonna change it. But yeah. Ouch. Ouch. Alright then. Bro. Fucking Bingus is gonna level up so much. Oh, Mingus leveled up. Let's go, Mingus. Okay, level 3, yeah. Level 4, yeah. Okay. That was it, whatever. Sector to be against fucking fighting. I know. But this is normal and I don't have a fighting type. Move. So I'm just using shit. I'm just using my strongest moves. It's early game, that's all you do. All you do is press the A button. Until you get the good move. And then you just use that move. Bro, Bingus. Bingus, calm down. Did you make your retweet? No, I designed it with the help of a friend and someone else made it. What are you doing here? Oh wait, we'll have a trio battle, so let's see which of us is stronger. Get away from me! Don't excuse him too early? Yeah, that's why I'm doing that. Like, if I have a type that's, you know, stronger against their type, I will use it. But since I don't, for normals, I'm just, you know, doing shit. I'm just doing whatever. What the hell that do? Oh, that's what that do. Anyway, bye. Actually, this might not kill you. I am 2 levels lower. Oh my god, wait, that did nothing. Okay, but that did nothing to me, so it's like, I guess this is the whole battle, nothing. Oh my god, bro. I'm sorry, but Caesar fucking sucks. I mean, I said this, that this Pokemon fucking sucks. And I'm only using it because it's a fire type, and this game is long as fuck. But yeah, whatever. Are you fucking serious? Oh my god, bro, he could have at least gotten burned. He could have at least gotten burned or something, but no. Okay, he's dead, whatever. Six, 7. Purloin, sure, whatever. Where's my strongest fucking Pokemon? There we go. Yeah, look at that guy. I like how he just kind of stop in the air and then just drop like a stack of bricks. I don't know why, but with Ashwa, it's so funny. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. I got hit all 5 times. That's cool. Anyway, please don't do that again. Thank you. That did nothing. That did nothing. Bro, where'd they get purloins? Yeah? 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 Okay, thank you. Oh my god, I hate them. I hate this bitch, bro. I see, so that's how you battle. Out of the way. Oh, hi. What was that about? I don't fucking know. If y'all go where you're running. Where are those people headed? That way, but why are you running now? Oh, seriously, they run so fast. Oh, they stole her. Oh my god. Honestly, based. You should always steal a child's Pokemon. It's actually based. I condone it. I do. I would too if the game let me. And the game doesn't let me though, so it's like, whatever. Like, why does the child deserve, like, this miniature god? They don't. I do though. So it's like, whatever. Whatever, bro. Just give me all the strong Pokemon. I don't care. I really don't. I'll kill them. I'll take their Pokemon. Can I go down here? Oh, you won't let me. Okay. Sure, whatever. You know, I hope Black and White 2 lets me have enough characters in my name so I can, like, name me something good. Yeah. Okay, I think there's a good Pokemon I can get in here that's not this stupid fucking Hitler Jr. Go away. Parrot annoys me more than Zubat. Actually, I don't think Zubat ever annoyed me. Oh, there we go. I mean, I'm not using this guy, but I want him. And this, I'm gonna now just to steal some. Yeah, you have to. Wait, I had 2 Great Balls. When did that happen? I don't know when that happened. But whatever. Alright, chat, what do I name this guy? Like I said, I'm not gonna use her, but whatever. When thunder clouds cover the sky, a little Pyrrhic can catch lightning with its mains store the electricity. I do want to name her. What do I name this guy? Cause, I don't know. Honestly, I love letting you guys name the Pokemon that I won't use. Because when I do use them for a little bit, everyone just asks me like, why the fuck did you name it this? And I just had to explain, oh yeah, chat named it for me. Whenever like someone's confused, and I think it's so hilarious every single time. Marty. No, but it's a girl. You know what? Sure, whatever. Just so I'm not here longer. Bro. What the fuck? Bird. I don't want this bird. Level am I 13? Okay, give me nothing. Bye. Oh my god, wait, I was about to say, I just went one step, and I'm just like, oh my god. I couldn't come up with anything else, that's the closest I can get. It's fine. Bro! Why does everyone have this stupid fucking Hitler Jr.? I don't like it. Lol, get flinched, idiot, die. Lol. Oh wait, I should probably put Blitz on the front. Oh wait, you're weak. Never mind. You know, I was gonna do that, and then I saw, oh wait, they have no health. I'm gonna see that Pokemon a lot in the battles with Littlebutt. Okay, at least Littlebutt's cute. Pyrash is fucking ugly. It's a disgusting freak, I don't like it, and I want it to die. I think ever since in ZA, when I got a shiny Patrat as one of my 2 shinies that I got myself, I just couldn't anymore. You know? Wait, you have an item. Wait, why did I have an item? Wait, wild Pokemon can have items? Wait, that's crazy. Please don't die, 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 please don't die. Okay, that was a really stupid gamble. But like, it worked. The one you're catching about to prepare like a berry? I see. I guess that makes sense. I can't believe that gamble worked, by the way, because now my Blitzer will just like... Actually, it won't level up. It's only 1 level lower. Never mind. For some reason, I thought it was like, I don't know, level 5 or something. I gotta start cleaning up my party. I'm sorry, but Dingus and Mingus... Not Dingus and Bingus will have to leave. And I'm sorry. I know they're icons, but like, they had to leave. They ran inside here. Your Pokemon's HP is fine. You're no. Actually, if I had to heal anyway, I'll just put Marty there. But yeah, Dingus and Bingus had to leave, and I'm sorry. Cause I'm pretty sure there's a Pokemon that I want in my team coming up. Soon. Very soon. I don't know how soon, but soon. And it's not the mole. I will not be using that ground type. Should I? Probably, but I will not be using that ground type. Actually, I would argue that Dark is better than Steel. Like, more useful than Steel, but whatever. I mean, they're different uses, yeah, but, you know, whatever. I don't care. Person doesn't really listen to reason. That child cannot use the Pokemon to its full potential. Does that make the Pokemon sad? It's the same thing for all your animals now, but yeah, we'll just take them. Okay. Whatever. Bro. I hate these stupid fucking Patrats. I'm gonna quick attack and hope for the best. Okay, you did no damage. I want to put in Caesar. I really do. But Caesar will also do no damage. Aaron, this game team has eventually use Steel types and Dark types. Yeah, I mean, if I don't have my good Fire type when they have the Steel types, it'll be annoying. Because Steel types are fucking tanky as hell. But if I do, then, you know, it won't be annoying. So it's like, yeah, whatever. How can we lose when we have right on our side? Now that's like, okay, go return the Pokemon to that girl. You don't need to. Oh. Hi. How troublesome. Not only do you fail to understand, but you actually got in our way to boot. There's you and 2 of us. Oh. Devil battle, what the fuck? I guess, I don't know. You know, this guy just kind of yapping to me. And I don't care. I really don't care about Sharon. I'm sorry to say. Oh. This sucks. I'm level 8, bro. What am I gonna do? Let go, Mingus. I don't fucking care. Could Oshawott use these levels? Yes, but like, I don't care. Wait, when does Oshawott level up? I thought it was like 16. Are they 15? Oh my god. $16? Okay, yeah. Oh, I probably should have put Oshawott in here then. Whatever. It's fine, ouch. It's fine. It's really fine, sure, whatever. I got it, crit. Then 36? Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna have to stay with the ugly fucking Pokemon for so long. What the hell? That's crazy. Bro, with that guy. Did Sacramento? No, okay. In order to liberate Pokemon, foolish people will take their Pokemon. Whatever, what a waste of time. Come on, what reason could we possibly justify stealing Pokemon from people? We're making Pokemon stuffer. Whoa. We'll give you back the Pokemon, but be aware of how this Pokemon stuffers are being used by people. Someday open your eyes to your own complicity. Yeah, unfortunate. Yeah, it is. Trainers bring out their Pokemon strengths. Pokemon believe in their trainers and respond to that. I don't understand what about that makes Pokemon suffer. Okay, Solaris, I'll return to Pokemon. Bye. Do I just go further in the cave? I'll do that, sure. Oh my god, Woobat! Will I use it? No, but oh my god, Woobat! Oh wait, I just realized you're weak. Okay, that didn't- I didn't want to- okay, whatever, I ran. I pressed up, and then... You know? Eh? And then it didn't work. Oh my god, it's still fucking Roggenrola. I might catch this, actually. Even though I won't use it. That did nothing. Yeah, that's why I want to catch it. Okay, you know what? I have a Dust Ball. I can use it, maybe. Ah, this kind of look cool. Even though, like I said, I won't use this Pokemon. Yay! I'll take no move, have probably do anything. What do I name this bitch? I didn't want to name it that. I swear. If someone says what I think they're gonna say, I won't name it that. But there's a very easy name for this. That just sucks. And I swear to God. But I don't know. I don't know what else to name it. Because I don't want... I don't know. Like I said, I'm not gonna use it, so I'll just let you guys name it. You know what? I'll do the easy name. Sure, whatever. You know what? I never played Pokemon before, so I'll just do the easy name. Sure, whatever.
There you go. Have a head pet.
Hi, Krexic. Wait, Krexic, do you want to name this guy? Because I won't use him. So, do you want to name him? Do you want to do this? Is this a good name? Rocky is perfect. No idea. Yeah, you know, sure. Ruby. My guy. Okay. Sure. Sure, whatever. Whatever. Where's the U? There it is. Wait, was it sent to the box? Do I have it? No, sent to the box. Okay, I have to get rid of Dingus and Bingus. I'm sorry. Whoa, I'm a thief. That's crazy. I love being a thief. You know, I might as well catch this guy. Stop using gun stopping. Do it. Yeah, I might as well. Just so I can get rid of Dingus and Bingus. And I actually have an excuse to get rid of Dingus and Bingus. Black and white, yeah. I'm finally on this game, bruh. I'm finally here. I'm finally here. No, don't use that. I'm finally here. Oh, okay. Don't identify me, please. I can't catch Pokemon now. I can't catch them now. Bro. I know if I switch to someone else, I'll just kill it immediately. And like, that's why I don't want to switch, but I might just have to keep quick attacking. Okay, now it should be good. Even though you're dead, but you know, it's fine. I guess. Go, Bingus. Just hold the fort. I don't really care. Okay, yeah, okay. What? Oh, antidote confusion? Oh my god, wait, I need you. I won't use you, but I need you. Hi, Eclipse, how's it going? Yeah. Eclipse, do you want to name this Pokemon? What do you want to name her? Suction from its nostrils, oh my god. It's a bat. You better name it something good. You better. You plead the fifth. Okay, I'm just gonna blame that on you. Whenever anyone asks me why the name was that, you're going. Oh my god, bro. Wait, Bingus, no. Bingus, get away. Said it would've been 6, 7. I don't think that would've fit. But yeah, now, if anyone asks, I can just blame you. It's perfect. No, stop talking to me. I don't want to talk to you. Oh, thank you, but I don't want to talk to you. Bye. I know I helped her, but like, she's stupid for getting her Pokemon stolen in the first place. It just proves that she sucks as a person, actually. So, bye. I have to go all the way back. This sucks. This can't go. Lol. Oh, that wasn't that far. I thought this town was like so far away for some reason. Okay, let's see if I can figure out how to use a PC. Deposit. Bingus, deposit. Yeah, and then... Is this Dingus? No, that's... Oh, that's Dingus, deposit. Here you go, and then... No. And then withdraw. And then withdraw. And then withdraw. Yeah. Got me a card. What do you mean? Oh wait, I had to heal. What do you mean? I know how to use a PC now. I'm so cool. I know how to use a PC. Why is there a bald man staring into my soul on the left corner? Get him away. I don't like him. I feel uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable. No, let me leave. Let me leave, please. I feel so uncomfortable. Oh my god, thank you. And after all these Pokemon player customers becoming taking Platinum's Dawn design is still like best main character. I love Hilda the most. I don't know. Maybe that's just me staring at you because you know how to use a personal computer and he doesn't. Sounds like a skill issue. I don't know. Going with the name this trick. Oh, that's what you mean. No, I was just asking chat like, what do I name this? What do I name this? That's why. But just because I don't have any Pokemon for the team. That's why. Or for my team, I mean. Like for my main team. I think my first Pokemon I'm gonna replace is the Roggenrilla, actually. Unfortunate. But it has to be this way. Did that do nothing? What? Why'd that almost kill me? Oh, that does no damage. Okay, fine. I'll go to... Okay, sure, I'll go to you. I can't believe you almost killed me. Already. Bro, can you stop? Can you stop? Thank you. Didn't have that ability. Yeah, I would've. Wait, if you flinch, just flinch. Or that too, okay, sure. Yeah, Vegas, let's go. Wow, antidote. That's crazy. No, don't fight me. Why do you always want to fight me? Dark Star Grass Scooter, every now and then 2 Pokemon pop out at the same time. In other words, yeah, oh. Okay, bye. Is there an item over there? I don't see one. I'm surprised you didn't fight me too, by the way. But yeah, Roggenrilla might be the first one I replace. Because just typing. Oh my god, this Zubat would be dead if my Blitzel was actually just good. If my Blitzel was good. This Zubat would be dead. But it's not good. God needs a break for a bit, yeah. He's gonna die. But like I said, you'll know which Pokemon are like permanent members by the theme. Like if they're named with the theme, then yeah, no. If I don't ask you to name them, then they're permanent members of my team. I don't want Sacramento to turn ugly. I really don't. It's gonna suck. Oh wow. That's cool. Bruh, it's always the last one. Why is it always the last one? Whoa, I can replace my Blitzel with this Blitzel. Wait, that's crazy. Can it run? Probably not. Oh wait, I can. Okay, sure, whatever. Let's see, so you gotta learn in order to master it. I wanna kill this guy. I hope they die. Why are you dead? I don't know who to use. You know what? Sure, Mingus, whatever. Even though Sacramento would have been way better to use. I just don't want it to turn ugly. And that's my biggest concern right now. And also, Herder would be really good early game. Until I replace it eventually. You know, but whatever. Oh my god. Wait, are you faster? I forgot. Oh, well, you're stupid. Okay, sure, whatever. Oh, wait, you're not stupid. Okay, well, you're stupid. Sure, whatever. Purloin. Sure, whatever. No, Sacramento's gonna turn ugly. No, I don't want you to. You need to stay like this forever. I guess this is the way of the world. I don't fucking know. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, yay. No. No, they're so close to being ugly. They're so close to being. I don't want them to. Move. I really don't want them to. There's like no Pokemon I can use because they're all stupid. They're all bad. I had to level them up, but like, they're all bad. I think until Blitzel learns an electric move, I'll keep them in the front. Because I don't know what that is. I'm guessing it's level 11. Alright, fine, Caesar, it's your time. What the fuck? Why am I getting so unlucky with everything? Like, I got crit there. Oh, but of course I don't get a crit. Yep, okay. Alright, you're normal. I'm just gonna do as much damage as I can there, because, like, what do I do when I get randomly crit and I think I don't have potions? I don't remember. But also, I don't want to heal them anyway, so it's like, whatever. Mingus is almost dead, you're almost dead. You know, it's up to you, because you'll probably one-shot them. Because you're just so cool. But also, you're gonna turn ugly and I don't want you to. The hell? Oh, wait. Okay, wait. Yes, okay, thank you. Oh my god, are you serious? Fucking Rod. Oh, wait. I forgot, Rodder is good against this bitch. I always forget that. Yeah, fuck you. Bro survived the hit just to get hard, bro. Like, what the hell? What do I do about that? Don't turn ugly, don't turn ugly. No! It's over, I'm not invested anymore. Wait, what the fuck? Huh. They didn't evolve. I thought it was level 16. Is it level 18? Huh. Crazy. You know, I think it's level 18 actually. Okay. Sure, whatever. If you want to play with you for outside or at home, But you're listening to the thing everybody knows, or saying nobody. I didn't know what I said. I said kind of, okay. I don't know what I chose. No. Get away from me. Come with me a sec. No, I don't want to. Why did you stop time? We go straight from here to this Pokemon Center and use these if you want. Barry. Stop using these fucking items, bro. They won't help you. I have a fighting type. We're gonna give you a big advantage. How do you get a fighting type? I don't know how you get one. I'm just here. You know? If someone traded me the fighting type, maybe. Oh, right. You should get Sock and Throw, right? But, like, I don't want Sock or Throw. So I was like, yeah, whatever. This gym is gonna suck. Not the gym, the leader. It's the boss. It's gonna suck. I don't want to do it. I didn't know it was the second gym. I thought it was the third gym. In 2 years ago, when Berg gets artist back, he comes back to. I don't know who that is. Berg is an artist and also the gym leader in Castelia City. We want to be like him. Think I have his Pokedex in it? Well, okay, which Pokemon do you choose? Oshawott. Do you have a, yeah, you have Oshawott, and I'll give you this. Oh, thank you. I'll use that. I want to use that. Yay, use this. Where's my Oshawott? Yay. God, a lot of my Pokemon are still shit, though. Like, I don't think that Blitzel will do much for this. I don't think there's much I can do, actually. Okay, you know what I'll do? I'll put you in the front. I don't even know what level the gym is. I'm just guessing it's gonna be higher than me. When cafe is cafe has a special on Wednesday. Whoa. Thank you. Hi love, how's it going? I got soda. They gave me soda. What do you do? Like the sound of the accordion? I guess. I don't fucking know. Oh my god, I always forget to do this. I don't know why. Hi Fantasy, how's it going? Just checking in. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do in this fight, bro. I'm so scared. I don't want to go, actually. I'm stalling. I gotta get my shit kicked in. Because I don't have a fighting type. That Watchog is just fucking annoying. I know it is. Like, what do I do? What do I do? Soupy Brustling, thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. How you doing? I'm gonna check this building that has nothing. Don't give up, you got it. No, I'm gonna get my shit kicked in. But like I said, it's not the trainers that I'm worried about, it's the actual gym leader. Like the actual gym leader, my first impression of you is of you cowering. I'm scared of the gym leader. She's so scary. What do I do? I want to see things no one can see. The truth of Pokemon inside Pokemon. Oh, wait, I forgot I fought you. The deals about training should be. And unfortunately, we're Pokemon become perfect. Do you feel the same? I guess. Is that so? I think my friends and I should test it to see if you can see this feature too. I guess. It's okay, respect for you. Oh, okay. That's cool. Who do you use? Oh, Pidove. Let's see, can Roggenrola do anything against you? I don't think so. I mean, I guess we'll find out. What does that do? Oh. Yep, nothing. Okay, what about this? Hang on, what about this? I'm pretty sure this takes some move to do, actually, so I have to survive, like, so many things. I don't know what that was. I think that was Leer. Or can I just use it? Oh, I can just use it, okay. Wait, are you normal or are you just flying? Oh, you're flying, okay. I should have guessed because you're a bird, but I didn't fucking know. What the fuck is Temple? That sounds like a water Pokemon. It is a water Pokemon. It might be electric, actually. Uh-oh. Okay. I should charge, but like, I'm confused, so I don't know. But like, I don't know, I was still able to kill, so... Whatever. Yeah, at least Blitzel can actually fucking do something now. Instead of just doing nothing. Timber, that is a fighting Pokemon, I think. What is fighting weak to? Psychic. Wait, yes, okay. Feelings are going to be tough, but you can definitely beat them. I know, I feel like there's some that aren't. But this one, I've just heard so many people talk about. In Fear. And then I you know, did it, and I was like, oh my god, I see now. So yeah, it's weird. Thank you, 6-7. I love you. And right now, my friends aren't strong enough to save up Pokemon. Maybe I can't solve the equation that will change the world. So I need power. Power enough to make anyone agree with me. Like a legendary Pokemon. Now I know what power I need. Reshiram. The legendary Pokemon that, along with the hero, created the Unova region. It's my turn to become that hero, and you and I will be friends. I don't want to be your friend. Bye. Okay, maybe I do want to be your friend, but like, you know, not that much. You're kind of weird, you know? Whenever I look at the skeleton, I'm fascinated. Who the fuck are you? I'm Haas, the assistant director. Since you were kind enough to visit, I'll give you a tour of the museum. I know I butchered that, but I don't care. Skeleton is of a dragon-type Pokemon. That doesn't look like... I mean, it looks like Dragonite with the horn. And I thought it was a Dragonite, but I don't know what it is. Rock front space. It's an... Oh, it's a stone. I love the stone. What the fuck are you? The Pokemon gym just beyond here. An inner gym, a very strong kind of gym leaders are waiting. By the way, gym leader Lenore happens to be my wife. Well, she sucks to fight against. I hope you know this. It is Dragonite. It looks, but Dragonite doesn't have a horn, right? That's why that Dragonite has a horn. So it's like a weird little Dragonite. But yeah, whatever. It does. I feel like I'm being gaslit. Cause I don't think it does. Bro, get Carter away from me. Oh my god, you're level 17? Oh my, yeah, I'm not gonna do anything this gym. Oh my, did he want me to go somewhere else? Wait, why are you so much higher level? Anything else? First one to change, Dragonite has a horn, and Dragonite still has a horn. You're dead, bye. Okay. Oh my god, why are you not dead? Why are you not dead yet? Thank you. Hi Souffle, how's it going? Body Wagon really not level up. What the hell? This is the bookshelf for children's books. Nice to meet you, Pokemon. I guess it's a fairy tale about a little boy who met a Pokemon for the first time in his life. He is with a small brown Pokemon. There's a memo between the pages. Pokemon trainers eyeing the junior Nenoya. I hid 4 memos in this library. Each of them has a question. Can you solve the question and confine me? What is the first Pokemon you met in this gym? The hint is on a bookshelf in the middle row. Is it this one? These cards are sweets made by they're coffins made for innovative Pokemon London. It's not the book you're looking for. Is it this one? I do what? It is this one. As I thought the question was easy. Well, just the second question flame burned inside its body and it gives off smoke from its head while it runs. What is this book? That's a Mana. I think you have it, actually. If I remember. Did you find the memo? Come here and look. What does the memo say? I'm reading a book called... Oh, yeah, it's that. Okay. Doing alright, just relax now and something to eat. Oh, I hope you have a good meal. I'm just suffering this gym. Oh my god, you haven't heard of her already? What is wrong with everyone? I want to hurt you. Any training on these fucking Pokemon was bad. How's Pokemon White going? I'm scared of this gym. This gym, it's hard in Poke MMO, it's probably gonna be hard here. Though I feel more prepared now. Despite how everything is going. Okay, you're dead, bye. I know Little Pup evolves into that, but my Little Pup isn't that. I think you can take a hit. Maybe that is the wrong choice. Okay, no, it is the right choice. Oh my god, wait, you do nothing. You actually do nothing. I fucking hate this, but I hate them. Why'd I ever bring them? Did you just die? Oh my god. I could use Roggenrola actually, because it will survive a hit, guaranteed. But I could also just do this. So, whatever. Oh my god. Give me my book. Structure of Locomotor, do you want to read this book? Okay. Yeah, whatever, I saw that. There's a memo on the back cover. It's impressive you found this place. That's what I'd expect from a challenger like you. This is the third question. If you heat it up in a pot, it'll be delicious. What is this? I know what that is, but I don't want to read it. I need to heal. I can't go in between there for some reason. That's so stupid. Why can't I do that? That's actually so stupid. Whatever. Whatever, bro. I don't care. God, this team is garbage. Like I said, until I get my good Pokemon, this team is fucking garbage. Can I just stupid Roggenrola? Sacramento's like the only good Pokemon I have. This guy does no damage. Ming is kinda good. The 6-7 I'm never gonna use, and then Marty is just like, I don't know, just kinda there until I get a better electric type. I have Marty just in case I don't get the electric type I want. Because there is an electric type that I want. But I don't know if I'll be able to get it because it's so rare. And that's why. Man, I get here without being tricked by the question. Now, this last question from this bookshelf. Move 2 backward, move 1 to the left, move 2 forward, move 1 to the right. And move 1 backward. Now, where is it? I wonder... I wonder... Sorry, this is so weak. No, I mean, it's autumn monkeys. Like, autumn monkeys are really weak. That's why I don't like them. But, like, there's just no point in ever using them. Okay, let's go. We're at the advantage now. Oh my god, let's go. Wait, come on. Okay, whatever. Nothing good can happen to me. What the fuck? Take down. Oh my god, wait. That's a good move, kind of. What does Odysseus do? Oh yeah, I'll never use this. Get rid of this, I don't care. Takedown could be funny. Oh my god, finally! 90 accuracy, 25 power. I mean, still, it's better than tackle, so I'll just get rid of tackle. I don't care. I really don't care. Little pup, little pup, little pup. No, I use 6-7. 6-7 needs levels. As much as I don't want to use it, it needs levels. I just hope I confuse you. I didn't confuse you. Okay, fine, whatever. Fuck you, bro. I mean, they'll still level up, actually. I could change to Blitzel too right now. Actually, no, because I'd be sharing the experience with 3 Pokemon, and then that's bad. And I don't want to do that. So, bye. Yeah, man. I'm at the point where every level counts, like matters right now. And that is the point I am in. I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing. Because I don't know if I'll get one shot. Okay. Sure. Whatever. Die. Hi, Cyrus. Honestly, I feel like you can take them. As long as you don't die and get levels. How you doing? Ouch. Ew, yeah. Bro. I got crit. Yay. You're doing awesomely well. I'm gonna suffer because I'm fighting this gym leader, but you know, whatever, it's fine. Is the last book? Now read the last book. Grab the project, flame burn inside the bottle, and soul it's not well, can give off only smoke. Managed to get here, well done, you seem to have wisdom as well as strength. I look forward to our battle. Is it the first fight? No, this is the second one. I'm fighting the normal gym leader. Why is it so slow? Why is that so slow? Bye. It's the one with like the terrorist watchhog. Or you know, as I call it, Hitler. But you know, whatever. I don't know who to start with. It kind of depends what she does second, you know? Because I don't know, she won't start with her ace, obviously. Watchhog is her ace. But like, I don't know. It sucked. Like, I almost lost the first fight in this gym, it's fucking stupid. Actually no, I'll decide when I get to her, and then I'll save then. God, she's actually just a terrorist, huh? And that's what she is. Cause I think I had to save you, honestly. I think I had to save you for the Watchhog. I think you're the only one who can, like, actually take a hit. Now, whether you can, like, kill them, I don't know, but yeah. And something will happen. That's all I know. Welcome to direction the Nacrene? I don't know. Museum and the Nacrene Gym's leader is me, Lenora. But in Chandra, I'm going to research how you battle with the Pokemon you're so lovingly raised. I guess I raised them. I don't know. Oh, you only have 2. Oh, wait. Right, because I played fucking Poke MMO, it's harder. I keep thinking, like, this shit is like the devil because of Poke MMO. In Poke MMO, she has 4 Pokemon. Wow, that did Dustin. Oh my god, bro, used Retaliate on me and got a crit. Oh my god. I mean, it's still like so higher level than me. I do Shockwave. I got crit again? Oh my god. That's crazy. Can I not get crit? Okay. I can't use you. I can't use you and I can't use you. I can't use anyone because I kinda have to save everyone. Actually, do I have potions? I do have potions. Not a lot, but I do have potions. I can't go up for some reason. There we go. Please don't get crit. Again. Okay, no, you just get 1 shot. Okay, so you just 1-shots everyone. That's crazy. And this isn't even the hardest Pokemon either. How did I do this in Poke MMO? Oh wait, you know what I did in Poke MMO? I fucking grinded that shit. That's what I did. Well, only 2 times. That's cool. I think you can at least take this. Oh yeah, you definitely can. Okay, I should just use you, whatever. Oh my god, this sucks though because of the fucking Watchog. I had to heal because of it. Here you go. I hope you don't die. Well, you didn't die. Oh my god, bro. No, but at least you're asleep. No, at least you're asleep. I'll just water heal me. Sure, whatever. It's gonna get a random crit, and then it's just over. Are you serious? Are you serious? Can you do something, bro? Okay, thank you. You did something good, actually. 2, 3. How much is headbutt? Oh, well. I guess I'll find out now. Okay, definitely just use Rock Blast. Okay, got it. Okay, and then next turn I don't have to heal. Because it's sturdy. Oh, well, you died anyway. Okay. I didn't think I would get lucky. I got lucky, yay! Mud Slap, yay! Mud Slap's not good, but... I already know it's not good. I don't know why I'm looking at the moves. I'm thinking that, oh yeah, it'll do something. No, it does nothing. I mean, it's better than fucking sand attack, sure. Whatever, bro. I don't fucking care. Yay, my guy won! I leveled up so much! Alright, so enchanting is charming, you're a Pokemon trainer, but I just got lucky somehow. I don't know how I got lucky. Everyone died in one hit. Except for this guy. It's actually insane. That's why I got this TM. Well, retaliate. That's crazy. Oh my god, TM67! Whoa! Yeah, that's the move. I'm surprised she never used retaliate. That's why she fucking sucks to fight, is because of retaliate. But she never used it. I'm so surprised. Because that's why she did so much damage. At least in Pokemon MMO, she did so much damage because of retaliate. And I was waiting for the entire time and she never used it, so I was like, oh, okay. That's cool, I guess. She never used her signature move. Goodbye, Dragonite. Dragonite is dead. What the fuck? What was I doing? Oh right, I had to go heal. I don't care about this. Hello, what do you want? Cause I don't care. Cause they learn how to find any good fossils lately? Bro, why do you start a conversation like this? Get him away from me, I don't like him. Actually, just get him away. Like, what the fuck? Bro is not real. He's not fucking real. Get him away. I need him gone. Hello, my hair's in your face. Save the dude. That was oh, thank you. I finally have this. Yay! Yay! For now, all we need to do is protect the museum, right? I guess. Bye. Wait for me. Okay, bye. And then I go here. And then I heal. You know, it's kind of sad that I'm getting rid of Roggenrola after he kind of clutched, but you know what? Whatever. I am training him for a better Pokemon. Is this thing. Like a way better Pokemon. But it's crazy. I haven't even found like any of the other teammates that I want. And I know where they all are too. So it's kind of crazy. Hi Ansio, how's it going? Oh my god, it's been a while. Can I go in here? Yes I can. What's this? Ether. Oh wait, you get Sock and Throw here, right? Yeah, you get Sock. This is right. They wanted you to train here. And I just never did. Because... Why? Why'd you hurt her yet? What's new? I'm playing Pokemon. That's what's new. I love Pokemon. Ouch. Thank you, Mingus. I love you, Mingus. Stop fighting me, please. You know, I beat the gym leader without going over here. I think that says a lot. I think that says a lot. Actually. Well, Cottony. That's a cool Pokemon. Anyway. Became a Pokemon VTuber officially. I mean, not really. I said I was gonna play every single Pokemon game in order. When I started this. Oh my god, of course you have Leech Seed. And well, I still am. I'm still going through it. Bro, unless I hit a burn, like, this shit's gonna be so annoying. Oh my god, this shit's gonna be so annoying because you do no damage. I need to hit a burn. I need to get a burn. Okay. And then you're gonna drain me or something. Why are you also faster? Oh my god. Okay, well now that makes sense. Grass type, try not to be fucking annoying. Challenge impossible. It doesn't do burn. Incinerate doesn't burn. What the fuck? I mean, I never get the statuses up anyway, so I wouldn't have known. And then Pet Lil. Oh my god. You're gonna be slower. Yeah, okay. And then you're paralyzed, so this, yeah, okay, that's cool. Alright, and Leech Seed. I forgot it doesn't go away anymore. That's cool. Can I beat this pet? No, I can't. I was gonna say, can I beat this pet level before I fucking die? I can't. Okay, you're weak to grab. Oh, wait. Actually, you don't have a flying type move. At least I think you don't have a flying type move. What the fuck is that? Is that... I knew it was Snoop. Oh wait, you do have a flying type move. Oh my god. Thank you. It did nothing. What the fuck? I need that kills, thank you. Thank you. Okay. That's cool. Sorry, I had to look at stuff during that entire fight. I feel like I should heal during having grass types. Actually, I really don't have to because... Oh, hi, Timber. I could've used you. Whatever. I don't need you anymore. Sure. Sure. I still have Gus, so whatever. Actually, probably just gonna have a normal or something. I mean, they might have a flying type, or fighting, I should say. Do I sound really tired? Because I am. Oh, you have a rock. Okay, that's cool. I can kill that. I love killing rocks. I can kill rocks. That's the one thing I can kill. Are the fucking rocks. As long as I have Sacramento, like, I can actually just kill them so easily. See, I told you. What the fuck? Don't do that to me. Can you give me a lot of experience, please? Okay, whatever. Whatever, bro. Oh, and assurance. It's only been 2 hours? What the fuck? I feel like I'm going through this so quick. I mean, it's probably just because of how fast the text is. Sacramento the goat. Yeah. I mean, also... Actually, they were overleveled. And now they're not. But they were at one point overleveled. Oh my god. Wait, no, I hate switching to the temple because it has, like, it usually has confusion or something. And I just, look, yeah. Okay, actually that wasn't that bad. As long as I one-shot you. Okay, whatever. Oh, and now you confuse me. Yeah, this is why. I told you, I hate switching into Timble because it usually has confusion. It's just, I know this is what it's... Oh my god. That's its gimmick, I know, but still, bro. It's fucking annoying because I'm just so unlucky. Please let me switch. Please don't have another water type. Please just let me switch. Please just let me switch. No! Oh my god, you're gonna have 3 of these fuckers. I should've just charged. Oh, okay, that works too. Don't blow bubbles on me. Why'd that almost kill me? What the fuck? Level up, please. Okay, thank you. And then so help me. Bro, why do you have 3 of them? What is actually your problem? I don't know what your problem is. Oh, I almost one-shot it that time. One more level. Then bro's dead. Yay. God, his next gym with fucking Tepig is like a joke. But I don't have Tepig, so it sucks. It actually just sucks. And I know it's a joke too. Like, it just, oh my god. It's so easy if you have Tepig, because you just... It's probably like, you know, a pig night already. And so you're just like, you know, burn, burn, burn. And then everything just dies in one hit, because, you know, pig night is so strong. And, yeah. That's all I had to say, really. And that's really all I had to say. Oh wait, you're also poison. I can also just confuse you. Oh my god, don't do that to me. No. Oh, no wonder I got an antidote here. But yeah, it's just fucking stupid. I don't know. Lillipup, you say? Okay, fine. I need to get a herdier, like, right now. Just so things will be easier. Things will get a lot easier once I get a herdier. Can you not use bite? Can I be the only one that uses bite? What the fuck? I swear if I flinch, okay, fuck you, bye. Wait, why is mine doing so much more damage? crazy. I don't know why I was doing more damage. So much more damage. I knew it. A potion. It's almost like I did this area before. In MMO style. So, you know, it like rewards you for going around and shit. Whatever. 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 Oh, there's Stro. Thank you, Stro. Unfortunately, I want to kill you. I don't want you. I'd rather have Tim. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Hmm. 6-7, yeah, 6-7. I need to kill. I'm feeling the tiredness right now. Oh, I have 2 of these. Yeah, Lear, I was about to say you have to use my emote. My super cool fucking emote. That I paid so much money for. Actually, it wasn't that much money, but you know, whatever. You have to use it. Yeah, I'm feeling the thing. I'm feeling it. I feel like I need to sleep right after this stream. Will I do that? No. But I feel it. Please, can I at least just confuse them? Please, can I? Okay, whatever. Oh, of course you have Rock Drill. Oh my god. Okay, you're weak. You're weak. I guess I gotta use you. Can you die? Can you die? Yay! Fuck you. Oh my god, one more level. One more level and then Sacramento's ugly. No, oh wait, they're ugly now. I'm pretty sure when they learned Razor Shell, that's when they turned ugly. No. No. No, Sacramento's ugly now. No. I didn't want this. I didn't ask for this. What the fuck? The what? It was my reaction when I first saw this evolution. Yep. Saying Sacramento, they're ugly now. What the fuck? Oh, another fucking Timber. How original. How original. Bye. An Everstone, you can... You don't need an Everstone, you can just press the B button. But also, I'm just being dramatic. If you press the B button while you're evolving, it won't evolve. The Everstone is just there if you don't want to see the cutscene every single time they level up. Bro. I don't want to fight another fucking Timber. Go away. I just wanna heal now. And that's what I wanna do. I see a Timber with Rock though, bro. I swear to God. How original. Yippee. Okay, what's in my league? Because I'm pretty sure it's... Okay, no, it's cool.
Because I think we go to forest area, and forest have lots of bug, and bug weak to flying. And also poison is weak to flying, and there's also a lot of poison types, so not flying, psychic. So yeah. Because you're dead. The exit spot, go over there. Goodbye, Team Plasma. Bye. That's what he said. Is it my second slot? I forgot what they had. Sure. Whatever. Right, that's what they had. Bro, if I use the Pansy here... Like, oh wait, you're weak to this. But like, it would have done like nothing. I used confused. I thought I used Gust. Huh. Why did that do so much? Okay, well, at least I did something good on one Pokemon. That's cool. I seriously thought I used Gust. Why did you use Confusion? I thought I used Gust. I remember clicking the Gust button. Okay, whatever. Ouch. Whatever. Why is my controller doing this? I hate my controller. Yeah, I remember clicking the Gust button, but like the Gust didn't come out. And so I was like, oh, okay. I guess I'll use Confusion for this turn. And then I almost died because of that. So then I was like, oh, okay. I don't know why it did so much damage to me when I'm a psychic flying type. But you know what? That's cool. Oh wait, psychic is actually no, was it Bug Bite? Oh wait, yeah. That's why. Okay. Yeah, I see now. I see the issue now. You know, I see the problem now. Oh wait, I can't use you. You know what I can use though? Yay, Sacramento, come out. I know what moves are good against Pokemon. It's just sometimes I don't think. But I know every single type advantage, kind of. Actually, no, that is true. I do know every single type advantage. Bad at Pokemon, but not that bad. I used my Raggenrola. I solo with Raggenrola. I should have gotten Timber, bro. Actually, wait. Oh, wait, I don't think you are poisoned. I mean, I can check, but I don't think you are. Yeah, I know, you're just normal. Oh, wait, wait, yeah, you're just normal. I should have yeah, whatever, bro. Go, Mingus. No, it kind of sucks because I don't think I'm gonna use a fighting type this game. Like, I could, but like, I don't think I want to. Is this thing. I really don't think I want to. Bro. Cause I have my entire team written down, right? And like, my final type could have been anything, literally. It could have literally been anything. Besides, you know, the types I chose. Which is like, I think only like 3. Oh, wait, you leveled up. Or evolved. Which is like 3 types. And out of those 3 types, I think there's one objectively right Pokemon to use and answer. So it's like, yeah, whatever. I don't really care. I finally have a kind of decent Pokemon. Besides the starter. This shit, bro. Oh yeah, I remember when I was playing Poke MMO, there was an outbreak in this spot for some reason. Like, you know, just as we were playing and as we were like, you know, getting through it naturally, there was an outbreak of fucking Breelooms in this area. And so I caught one. And so I used a Breloom. And honestly, I love Breloom, so it's cool. Sure, whatever, I don't really care. I don't have a fighting type and it sucks. Like I said, until I get my objectively right Pokemon, which is like at the very end of the game, I really just can't do anything. Ouch. Why did I get crit again? Hi X, how's it going? Why don't I ever get crits? Okay, I hit 5 times, whatever. Can I get a crit, please? I want a crit. I didn't get a crit. I swear, I've gotten crit every, like, almost every fight in this game. I swear that's actually been the case. Oh, hello. Can I kill you? Oh my god, Metapede! Yay! That's what I want to fight, bro. I want to fight these Metapedes. See, that's why. Ouch. Oh, you have a dark type move. That's cool, bye. What the fuck is Heart Stamp? I guess that's like your signature move. Oh, okay. You know, I was getting rid of older. Yeah, sure. I was getting rid of that shit. I don't fucking care. Timber. I'm faster than it. Oh my god, wait, can I one-shot it? Probably not, but you know what? Whatever. Yep. Oh, it flinches. Oh my god. Yay. Okay. I'm so fucking tired, bro. But I don't want to stop. I want to keep playing, but like... No, I don't want to go there. I knew you were there too. I just wanted to fucking ball. Oh, look. It's the useless fucking monkey. What the hell? I could stay in just to prove a point, but I don't want them to die. I will get unlucky. Wait, why did I switch to you? I will get unlucky. That's how you know I'm fucking tired, bro. You know what? It actually has to be either of you because you're gonna do no damage. You're gonna die and you're weak to this. Whatever. That's why I wanted to heal. But whatever. Oh my god, Late Sade. And then you die. Oh, okay. I thought you would die. I do, bro, I hate this fucking monkey. This monkey just actually deserves to die. I don't care. I will let it die. I don't fucking care. I'll just do as much damage as I fucking can and now I'll just hope it dies. Thank you. And you got crit too, bro. Oh my god. Okay, well you're also gonna die, but let's see. Oh, you're... what the fuck? I did not think we'd be faster. You're weak to this. Alright. I gotta hope for one thing. A crit, yo, I got it. Okay, you know what, that's cool, sure, whatever. What the fuck? Can I get another crit, please? Why did I low roll there? Oh my god, bro. My luck this entire stream has been so bad. And now you're dead. Okay, you're just cool. Like, I swear I haven't gotten a crit. I mean, I have gotten crits, but I swear, like, almost every fight I've gotten crit. Shut the fuck up. Go away from me. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Thank you. Wait, why are you in the lead? Okay, whatever. My fastest Pokemon, apparently. I thought Woobat was supposed to be, like, I don't know, fast, but... apparently not. I'm 2 levels lower, bro. Like, I shouldn't be that slower than it. But I guess I am. So it's like, whatever. I'm gonna go in here. Actually, I'm gonna go on Twitter. Bro, I haven't done this in a while. Fucking going on Twitter on stream. Yeah, I haven't done this in a while. Well, someone followed me on there. That's cool. Okay. And now I go over here. Actually, wait. Sure. Okay, no. I want to see if I can do something, but I think I have to be in the box to do it. And honestly, I will do it. This is the first time I'd have ever done this, but I'm actually like considering it just because they're pissing me off so much because of how useless they are. I've never had such a useless Pokemon before. Why is he here? I wish I had a better move. Whatever. If I level up, it'll be fine. I'm gonna low roll here, watch. Okay, whatever. Yippee! I honestly thought I was too. I thought it was just gonna be 3 turns because I low rolled or something. Because I don't know why, but I always high roll like first move, and so I think, oh yeah, all my moves will do this, and then I low roll the next turn, and it's like, oh okay, sure, whatever. That's cool, I guess. And then I can never do anything because of it. I don't know why Pokemon hates me so much. It just does. Huh. I thought I saw something new. And maybe I am tired. I mean, I know I'm fucking tired, but sure, whatever. Am I gonna have the worst sleep of my life tonight? Or like the best sleep of my life? There's no in between. There's actually no in between. Oh my god, bro. This Pokemon's also useless to the fact that it's here. Bothering me. Fucking sucks. Hello. Kill yourself. Game. Oh. That sucks. I don't like that guy. This guy can fucking die, for all I care. Ouch. Okay, can you just blast him? Please, can you just blast him? Thank you. Yay, did I get crit? Like, why did you just explode? That last turn. That last rock, you just exploded, I don't know why. Okay, bye. There's another ranger there. I don't know how I remember that. Like, I don't remember anything, so the fact that I remember that, I don't know, it must have traumatized me, I don't know. Yeah, right there. Why are they like this? Okay, thank you. At least now I can do something against this stupid fucking monkey. I can show him how I really feel about him. I don't got a berry, bitch. Lamau. Goodbye. Give me. Bro, I told you. These monkeys are so fucking useless. Like, I'm being so honest. They're actually just so useless. I don't even know why they exist if they're so useless. They're only good for one gym, and then after that, they're just so useless. And I hate them. I never want to use one ever again. It's torture having to use one already. And now you're making me use them more. Like, bro. What do you want me to do? Just die? I mean, I can. Sure, whatever. But whatever, bruh. I was debating fighting it. And I was like, if it has bug bite, I'm just dead. So I didn't want to fight it. Okay, let's not fight though. Level 17, what the fuck's wrong with you? I don't even know if I'd be able to run away from this. I'm just gonna hope that I low rolled. That's what I'm gonna hope. Oh, okay. That's cool. Can you wake up? Thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god, I definitely low rolled. That is actually insane that I did. Why is playing Pokemon just like rolling the dice every single time? It just feels like I get like a 1 every single time. Though. Actually fucking sucks. I've been in so many fights. I just want to get the item. That's all I fucking wanted. Can you finally one-shot, actually? I don't know if you... That's what I mean! That's literally what I mean! Bro, playing this game just feels like you're rolling dice over and over again. And it just turns out that I don't know. Some Pokemon are just not destined to live, I guess. Oh, well, that would be a good move if, like, I don't know. That pit up on drugs? I don't fucking know. Where's my... Oh, they're here? Why are they here? Okay, whatever. And they're with the balls. Wait, that's crazy. Oh, wait. Who's in my lead? Ragged is fucking level 17 Petalils for some reason. Which is insane, by the way. Oh my fucking god. Okay, cool, whatever. Finally. Oh, there's more level 17 pit. Oh, it's a Piddo. Okay, at least you're gonna level up. So that's cool. That's really cool. Maybe I won't fucking suffer anymore. I don't fucking know though. I always fucking suffer whenever I play this game. Cause I'm bad at rolling dice, apparently. I don't know. Yay! I don't even know what happened to you. Just get me out of here and let me fight Team Galactic. Not Team Galactic, Team Plasma, whatever. I don't fucking care. Oh my god, Patrat. Oh my fucking god, it's a Patrat. Oh my god, it's a Hitler Jr.
Here you go. Have a head.
Thanks for the head pat. I'm gonna hope that this murders. Okay, I'm glad it murdered. What Sandile? Who does bro think he is? It's not good yet. It's shit. It's shit right now. Until it stands out, that's when it becomes good. Yeah, see, with the middle evolution is kind of good. It's just this bitch that's so weak. Another fucking pat rat? What is your problem? You know, maybe I should use rock and roll up. I don't want to use rock and roll up though. No, cause like if they just have a water move, then like rock and roll just fucked up. Like water just fucks this guy up. That's why. Like I would use rock and roll if they didn't have such like a blatant weakness. That's why, and also the fact that they're really slow. Oh, okay. Bye. Like its evolution, like it's always slow. Its evolution is so fucking slow. It's just annoying. I opened something somehow. I don't know where I am. Oh, hello. How are you holding up, fellow subject of our King Gorm? Gorm of the Seven Sages. I'm mortified that the school which we went to so much trouble to attain was stolen from us so easily. Why do you talk like this? We can afford to abandon the Dragon School. According to the results of our research, this is not the learned Pokemon for which Team Plasma is looking. It is completely unrelated. We'll fix it as either it fears still. Okay. Sure. The Pokemon were getting all worked out, so here I came. What do I say with my mighty important looking guy? Can you stop talking? I hate how everyone speaks in this game. And neither the 7 Sages will liberate Pokemon with birds alone. The remainder of the 7 Sages have ordered their compatriots to take Pokemon with full force, but the odds are a little against us now. Okay. You know, at least I can burn the whatever, bro. I don't fucking care. I can't wait to kill you, bye. Yeah, I hate how everyone speaks in this game. I'm kinda learning that right now. They talk like you're fucking stupid. I mean, I know it's a children's game, but still, like, I don't know. I don't know if I can look past that, you know? Well, that'd be cool if I had a grass type. That would be really cool. The trees cut on this forest road is from just real city to the world. Well, bye, Repel. Oh my god! San Francisco! And battles rigged for essentials here. Oh my god, thank you. I don't have anyone that's slow right now. Actually, I do, the Rock and Rolla, but I'm not gonna keep it. I think I'd switch it out here. Here I come, San Francisco. Oh my god, I'm in San Francisco. Hello. I was hoping there was gonna be another NPC, but I forgot how long this was. Yeah, I thought there was gonna be another NPC like right here, and I was gonna stay silent the entire time. And then I kind of realized, oh wait, there's not another NPC until here. Hello. Yeah, that's gonna be the bit. Oh my god, they can't. What the fuck?
I wish San Francisco felt like this. That's the Castello City skyline. Whoa. Yeah, I wish San Francisco felt like this. It doesn't. You guys got from the side, you'll reach window for it. Okay, I already know that. Bye. It's sunny, apparently. I didn't know that. Thank you, game. I could have never told myself. I could have never told. Oh my god. Do you know Junet? No. I don't care. I can't use it. I don't got internet. Bye. I hate how much they're trying to tell me to use the internet. I can't fucking use the internet, bro. The internet's dead. The internet's fucking gone. I'm gonna go in this creepy back alley. That's actually not a back alley. Got you there, Lamau. Alone looks like I was reading book to him. I'll read it to you too. No, don't read. Don't read to me. No, don't read to me. Don't read to me. I don't care about Zora. I know what Zora is. I saw the movie. Bye. God, you know what this reminds me of? Because this is really fucking funny. It reminds me of fucking Judgment and Lost Judgment, how you can see what the NPCs are like posting on social media, and some of them are really fucking perverted, and I don't know why, but it's just really fucking funny to me. Oh my god, it's that guy from Tekken. Eddie. Why level 21? Oh my god, I avoided the seed. I avoided his seed. Ouch. Oh, that's cool. I can avoid the move that actually like did so much damage to me. But whatever. That's cool. What do you give me? Invite both of the stream. Okay. I can do that, I guess. I don't want to do that though. I want to go up here. Is this where I want to go? This is where I want to go. I can't believe I remember. The thing is, Poke MMO does the PMV thing too. Like the POV thing. I can't believe it does the POV thing. Hello. It wants to pat me down. It's just my imagination. You want to go up? Yeah, you didn't seem to have anything. So okay, you can go. Yay! Bye. You let me up because I'm a girl. I ain't going into that floor, I guess. Do I have to kill this guy? Well, you were lying. He looks exactly like you. Okay, that's not him. Kill. Hi, Soundboot. So Charming, want to keep Pokemon too, so I can use this. Wow. I can attract other Pokemon. My brain is good at getting out of bed in the morning. In fact, he's also getting out of bed, and I asked his Pokemon to use the wake-up slap on him. That's crazy. You know that can kill him, right? If he was low on HP, he would just die right then and there. And then how would she feel? You know, I would go to bed with low HP just to change her life. Forever. I would do that. I would do that. Give me a light, what the fuck? Why? Why? That's so good in this game because like the Pokemon take forever to evolve. Wait, that's so crazy. Alright. I'm just here to fight bitches, bro. That's all I'm here for. Wait, can I fight you? I can't, okay. Oh, right. Wild Pokemon are in there. I don't want you. Oh, right, Sandstorm, what the fuck? What the fuck? Get out, get out, get out. Alright, where the bitches at? 6-7, yeah, someone named it that. I couldn't do anything about it. I asked chat to name it, someone said 6-7, so I had to name it 6-7. Stop it, we should use the email. Oh wait, I don't think you can. I thought the Duolingo badge was my sub badge, because it looked like it. That's not what I want either. Can these guys just like die? I don't want this bitch. I want him dead. Hello, can you give me something? Yay! I want this bitch. Okay, you know what? You're probably gonna die, but honestly, it's okay. It's okay. Yep, you're definitely gonna die, but like I said, it's okay. No. Oh, wait. No. You know what? You're probably gonna die, but it's okay. Because you won't kill him. That's why it's okay. Okay, whatever. You know what? You're probably gonna die, but it's okay. Wait, I just realized I have like 3 fucking Pokemon weak to ground. Oh my god. Okay, well, you better look at him good, bro, because that's your replacement. That's your replacement right there. Yay. Okay, let me see what I named him. Because I know oh wait, you know what I named him? I named him after... Yeah, I forgot I named him this. If you're American, you know this. Actually, even if you're American, you probably don't know this, so never mind. But if it's the same, I did it wrong. But if it's the same, does it even fit? Actually, I think it does fit. It barely fits. Now it's in the box. I gotta go get it. I gotta go get it. I need it. But yeah, that's the second team member. You two Canadian understand? No, like even if you're American, you probably don't know what the fuck that means. Even though you should. Because, okay, you know what? I'll tell you. It's the capital of Florida. But everyone thinks Miami is the capital of Florida. That is not true. It's that. That's why. That's why. You didn't know that. No, even Americans don't know that though. But to be fair, who gives a shit about Florida, am I right? Or am I right? Yeah. Honestly, bro, get rid of this shit, bro. I don't need him. I'm never gonna use him. And actually. Even better. Fuck you. Why are you booing me for that? I killed him. I brought him out back and I killed him. Bro, I brought him out back and I killed him. And you're booping me for my murder. What is wrong with you? I can keep Rog and Rolo, whatever. Sometimes it must be that true, actually, because he's useless. He's so useless, I just killed him. I could actually just buy, I could catch, Darumaka. And it'll probably be better. Because he is a way better fire type. I know he is. So I could just get him and use him. For a little bit. Problem is, though, I don't want him to get all the experience. Though, to be fair, like, the two Pokemon I have, like, you know, they're not gonna be using the experience, so whatever. I just want Sandile, because Krookodile is a really good Pokemon. I've always wanted to use Krookodile. Like, in TA, I debated using Krookodile when I played it. And then I didn't. Actually, let me see what your ability is. Intimidate. Okay, that's good. That's really good, actually. Strongly defiant. Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, where are the bitches at? Where are the bitches at? The bitches are over here. Yeah, where are the bitches at? Oh, they're the bitches. I found them. Oh, I also found this. Where are the bitches at? Hello. I found the bitches, bro. Simple. Oh, wait. My one fucking weakness. My one okay, no, that's not my one weakness. But it might as well be, bro. What the hell? What is wrong with you? You know you can get a fucking Sandile here. What the fuck is wrong with you? Look, I guarantee you, if I use this, I'm not one-shotting. Yep, see, told you. I told you. I don't know why I've been low rolling every single time. Okay, Rick's water. Go, Vegas. Oh my god, yes, thank you. Deserved. It's my Blitzel that's actually just been getting one shot. It's crazy. Let's see. Okay, yeah, you're cool. Unlike Blitzel, am I right? Bye. Let's go, Mingus.
Let's go, Mingus. Did she just say sandstorm? Let's go, Justin. Nobody got me. I know Mingus. Yeah, I know Mingus got me, bro. Mingus was my highest level 1, so I just started using him. Okay, do I really want Darumaka? Like, here's the thing. It can make the bug gym, like, so much easier. But, like... I don't know. Cause I don't even know if you have- oh wait, no, you had Fire Fang, you do. Okay. You know what? You sold me. You sold me just by doing nothing. You sold me by missing, actually. You miss and I'm just like, yep, I want that shit. Mingus carrying the team. I think Mingus is carrying the team. I'll be sad when I have to let him go. Darumaka droppings are hot. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to read that. Okay, what do I name this guy? Larry, you should give me a name. You haven't named someone yet. Whenever I ask, you just like never name anyone. So you should name this one. Yeah. I'm gonna look at artists on twitter.com in the meantime. You know, I don't think Larry's gonna give me a name. I have a sneaking suspicion Larry will not give me a name. Wait. Wait, Sambu, are you still here? Can you give me a name? I don't know if you can, actually. No, no one's here. Why is it whenever I ask for names, no one can give me any? What the fuck? Wait, okay. Oh, you're making coffee? Oh. Rage jelly? Okay. Honestly, I fuck with it. I fuck with it, bruh. I don't know. Oh, the bullshit. Yay. Sounds like a wrestler name. Why is my background heart? Do they know who I am? Did I get clocked by the fucking video game? And they made my shit fucking pink with hearts. I think they clocked me. I think I got clocked a bit. Gus! Like... the... Gus? Yeah? I don't want to use stand attack. But I'll do it anyway. No. We're both stupid, bro. Okay, fine, I'll do this. Fuck you, bro. We get bumped by the sandstorm. Ouch. Wait, are you immune to the sandstorm? Oh my god, you're immune to the sandstorm. What the fuck? Okay, you know what? Fuck you. Have this. Okay, now have this. I don't have good rock ground moves right now. It sucks. What do you want me to do? Timber. I don't gotta. Oh wait, I got you. Never mind. Oh wait, if they have Rock Tomb, I'm fucking dead. Well, I better fucking kill. Or something. I didn't kill. Oh, they're stupid. Oh my god, ouch. They're stupid. Oh my god. Wait, they're stupid. Always bet on stupidity.
Yeah. Yeah. Ouch. Oh, and Rug and Rolla. You know what? I don't want to do that again. I would because it's funny, but like, I don't want to do that shit again. I just want to kill this bitch, you know? Oh, right, you have sturdy. Ouch. Ouch. And you're immune to the sandstorm, bruh. Fucking stupid. Squirt on him. I hate this guy. Bro. I can't go anywhere. You just can't go anywhere. Wait, is my crocodile? Is it faster? Is it faster? Oh my god. Intimidate versus intimidate. Nothing will happen. Okay, it's faster. Are you fucking serious? I can't go anywhere. I actually just can't go anywhere. Okay, yep, level 16 versus level 16, yep. But mine is faster, right? Lol. I did not want to click that. Okay, yay. Oh my god. I did not want to be there. Well, this sucks. Wait, is Timber Rock fighting or is it just fighting? Cause it knows suspiciously a lot of rock moves. I got him just fighting though. But still, I want to see. It knows a suspicious amount of rock moves. Okay, yeah, just fighting. Sorry, bro, I was suspicious. I was sus. I didn't know what it was. But I was sus. Not like I could have switched anyway, like, it would have died immediately because he used Rock Trail. Like, what do I do? I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. And I found Torment. I don't need this. Okay, are you fucking serious? I was gonna say I'll do those traders later. But like... can't do shit. Can't fucking do shit. I can't believe I hit the sand tomb like this many times. No, it's raging against me. I can't believe it's raging against me. Yeah, how have I hit it this many times? Crazy, bro. Actually insane. Okay, get me out, get me out. Get me out, get me out, thank you. Get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out. This is the wrong way. Oh no. Okay, wait, I got out somehow. No, I have to go to Pokemon Center anyway, so I'll just heal there. I was waiting for it to heal there, but no, I had to go to Pokemon Center anyway to get Darumaka. So I had to get Rage Jelly. Hatsune Miku! Thank you, Miku. Kinda look like a red jelly bean. but he's based off like a doll. A doll thing. That's what he looks like. That's what he's based on. A doll. You know, I can't even do the gym right now. I still have to do the quest. To unlock the gym. A deposit. Goodbye, rock and roller. I said go here, thank you. And then I get Rage Jelly. His ability is hustle. Bro, he's a hustler. Bro is a true hustler. Wait, hang on, let me show you. Let me show you how much of a hustler he is. His attack style lowers accuracy. Oh, okay. Yep, that's how you can tell he's a true hustler. He tired himself out. That he's so, he's just so inaccurate. He's so tired that his accuracy stat was, you know. It was affected. Okay, time to do gym now, I guess. Even though I really don't want to. Actually, this gym will be easy probably because of Darumaka, but like, I don't know. Where is Darumaka? Here you go, Darumaka. I just don't want Darumaka to get all the experience, but like, it doesn't really matter because I'm not using Woobat anyway. I'm not using, you know, anything. It's just like, whatever. What? I challenge Junior Berg. Since Junior, you may work with that gym better for me, but type Pokemon aren't much of a challenge. I'm gonna keep winning like this against. Okay. Sure, bro. Why is he like this? When you fought Team Cosmo and Pinwheel Force, I remember your name is Solaris. Yeah, sorry, but can you wait a bit? I was okay. Sure. Sure, bro. Whatever. Where am I? There I am. When can I fish? Oh, this is the wrong pier. When can I fish? I wanna fish. I coughed. I wanna fish. I'm fucking dying. Is this the pier? I don't know where it is. I forgot. No, but I need you guys. I need you. Wait, but I couldn't do the other one. You know, he's at the top of the building. What the fuck? What the fuck? Being scared. He knows he's gonna get beat. Probably. I don't know. Why is this guy level 21? Bro, what is no? Oh wait, it's Yawn. I'm gonna sleep this turn. Okay, whatever. He's dead. I just showed him how shit he was. I just showed him how shit that fucking Pokemon is. Yeah, it's true. That Pokemon is garbage. Do I have to keep saying this? Actually, it might be here. Is it here? I think it's this. What is this? This way. There's this young lady's Pokemon. Oh my god, bro. Bianca, how you shit? I mean, I know how you're shit, but oh my god, bro. She's so garbage. I really have to get a Pokemon to Solaris, I guess. Having said that, finding a person or Pokemon here in Castle City would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Oh, hello. I can kill this guy. Oh, bye. Alright, let's go. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever.
gonna be Bianca's bodyguard, so you got to those bad guys, okay? Yeah, sure, whatever, buddy. Don't remember where they went. Actually, I think I do remember where they went. Yep, I knew it. That way to the gym. Whoa. Bye. This guy kind of sucks at communicating to other people. I mean, he is an artist. Maybe that's part of his character. No one's here, not a soul. No other Team Plasma members nor any other 7 sages are inside. Evening, I'm lying, but okay. Sure, whatever. I feel like I'm so tired I just speak like so much more rude than I usually am to the game. Thank you, Rage Jelly. I love you. I love how chat named all of my Pokemon. I love how I'm the only one. I don't know. I don't even know how to say this. But whatever. Another fucking Sandile, bro. Another Sandile to get one shot. Bye. It's kind of crazy that this is considered water. 'Cause I'm using a shell. Bad for Team Plasma, or Plasma bad for short. I hate how everyone speaks this game. Iris, save me. No Jackson, the next I couldn't figure it out. Team Plasma inside, the stolen Pokemon may be in there as well. Okay, I'm going in. This time I'll join the fight. Come on, Bianca, you too. Whoa. Iris, you need to save me from this, from everyone here. My word, if it's in the gym leader Berg. So what you say is the guiding principle of Team Plasma anyway. Take what you want from people. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I thought it would be amusing to hide out right in front of a Pokemon gym, but we were detected more quickly than I imagined. Indeed, no matter, we already have an exceptional base of operations. Anyone familiar with the legend, the founding of the Pokemon? It's the white dragon type Pokemon, right? Reshiram, what the fuck? The truth is this, the white dragon appeared before a hero who sought the true way to knit together a world full of many warring people. This white dragon type Pokemon shared its knowledge and bared its fangs at those who stood against it. Thank you, Reshiram. Together, powered this Pokemon and the hero brought unity to the hearts of everyone in the land. And that is how Unova was created. Thank you, Reshiram. We shall bring back the hero and the Pokemon of Unova once again. If we can win people's hearts and minds, we can easily create the world that... I mean, Team Plasma desires. Yeah, Team Plasma. Here in Castelia, we have a lot of different kinds of people. Everyone's ways of thinking and lifestyles are very different. Also, there's something about what you're saying I don't quite understand. One thing we all have in common is that we care a lot about Pokemon. Even people meeting for the first time can talk about Pokemon. Talk or battle or trade. Remember your speech at Kumula Town? You're responsible for leading me to rethink my relationship with Pokemon. For that, I thank you. At that time, I made a promise. I swore to myself that I would dedicate myself to Pokemon even more strongly. What you guys are doing, aren't you? Going to straighten the bond between me. I hate Berg. I want to kill him. You're quite hard to figure out, a little more intelligent than I expected. I am fond of intelligent people, you see. You'll enjoy hearing about this. From every corner of the world, I have gathered knowledgeable people for a king's benefit. You could call them the 7 sages. Very well, we'll submit to your opinion and be on our way. That girl over there returned her Pokemon. She just has a mother. That's crazy. How did that shit get stolen? How are you stupid? Why are you thinking that they take Bruce precious Pokemon? The friendship between Pokemon and people can be very touching, but in order to liberate Pokemon from foolish people, we revive the legend of Unova and even the hearts and minds of everyone. Farewell. Bye, Getsus. What are you doing? Why are you letting them get away? Because you're cool, bro. I don't know. Thank you, Iris. No one was hurt. More than anything, I got my darling Pokemon back again.
If yeah, what is the rude fight? I don't know. Can you stop talking to me? I hate you, Berg. Berg, you speak too much. I don't like you. Go away. I don't want this berry. I'll eat it. I'll eat the berry. Fuck off! Thank you. I don't know why, but just Berg. It's literally just Berg. I don't want to, or Sharon too. Like, I don't know. They just both fall into the same, like, archetype. And I hate reading their text. Hello. Am I healed? Probably not. But it's fine. It's honey. Yeah, what do you say? What do you think? It's something different with all the... You started really worn down, but never mind, so I'll take it. Thank you for the water. This dream is walking through walls. At first scan, these honey walls may look impossible, even impassable if you try to resist it, but if it doesn't hear the switch hit, step on the switches on the floor. There's no switch. There's a switch. Yay. I finally got to the third gym. It took this oh right, they're clowns! Right, I forgot they're clowns. Oh my god, they're me. I feel like a fucking clown. Thank you, clown. I have a... oh right. Alright then. Don't do that to me. Ouch. Oh, you're level 20. I didn't really realize. Oh well. That's cool. Better be. No. Okay, honestly this might still be easy. The rain jelly over here, bro. Don't do that to me. Fuck you. Are you serious? Oh right, your accuracy is fucking bad. Right. Because of your ability. Right. No. Fire Fang isn't that bad, bro. Okay, thank you. Like, accuracy-wise, I mean. Uproar. That move is garbage, but yep, I do it. I mean, like, I have rage too, so it's like, I mean... I'll get rid of rage. And like I said, not like I'm gonna use this bitch after this. But oh my god. I basically have I have the gambling Pokemon, that's what I have. I love gambling Pokemon. I love gambling. Since when did I get a fucking Hyper Potion? What the hell? When did that happen? I don't remember ever getting that. Oh well. Fuck you. I hate that sound. Get that sound away from me. Oh, hello. Yeah, I don't know why I heal it, because I'm gonna have to go to Pokemon Center after this anyway. So, Waddle. Again. Why is everyone faster? I mean, I know they're like so higher level, but still. Can I hit this for once? I'm just gonna use Incinerate after this, I swear to fuck. I don't think I've ever visited Fire Fang like this much in my life. Dwebble. That is a rock. I cannot fight this. But actually, it's rock water, right? Or is it just rock? No, it's rock water. That would be good against it. It's... Or is it Bug Rock? Right, because it's a crab, I think it's water, but no, it's just Bug Rock. Oh my god. You know, fuck you, Dremel. Look, that should be a water. Because it's a crab. How did bro live? My strongest Pokemon too. I know you're... Oh my god. Fury Cutter, or was that... Yeah, that was Fury Cutter. I know that's a Furry Cutter or Fury Cutter. Honestly, that could be good for now. But type against like a random psychic, like, yeah. I mean, I also have assurance, so... I don't know, bro. I could use so many things. You know? I could honestly just use so many things. I hate this sound! Stop making this sound, please! I hate it so much. And then Bug Moving Bug Jam. I mean, don't give me a TM. That's also Bug. That I'm assuming I can learn too. Oh my fucking god. It works, I have headphones. It's actually so bad. So vital. Why everyone got this bitch, bruh? One fire fang and like he's dead, you know? Like, I don't know why everyone got this bitch. See, I told you. One fire fang and then he's dead. Like, why? What's the point? I wish I could level up more. But whatever. It's fine. Okay, that was kind of weird. But whatever. I'm in there. I think there's one more fucking grading thing. And then I'm done. And then I'm done. I never had to hear this fucking sound ever fucking again. Oh. I didn't see you there. Hello. Except I actually didn't see you there. Bro was hiding. Venipede. What level am I now? I'm like level 18, right? Wow. Are you fucking serious? Stop being annoying. That's all you know how to do. Crunch. Okay, well now I'm level 19, so I'm just cool. I never did. Facade, I don't remember being good ever. But like, considering how I always like, you know, it could be better than Uproar. Sure, fuck Uproar, I don't care. It's a normal type move, like I don't really care. The Waddle. Let's say Swaddle's name. It's a shit Pokemon, but I'm not saying its name. Ouch. And now he's dead. Harlequin Lois. Oh my god, Lois Griffin. No. No. Oh my god. That's like one of the worst sounds I've ever heard in my life. I swear to fuck. I hate it so much. I went the wrong way. I hate it so much. Bruh. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. And then where do I go? Over here? Okay. Yay! I will go all the way over here just to heal. I will do that. But oh my god, that sound. That fucking sound. I hate it. I actually hate it so much. I swear if I had to open all the gates again. Because I know I don't have to fight the trainers, but I swear if I had to open all the gates again, I'm actually just gonna, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll do something, that's for certain. Doesn't this guy have a Pokemon you can't really get until like later in the game? See, for a lot of the bug-type trainers are like that for some reason. I don't know why. They just kind of use them. I think it's because they know how bugs are. They know how weak bugs are. And yet they still don't really make good ones. Actually, they made a good one in this game. Scolipede is good. Yeah. Though I don't know if it was good in this game or if it just became good. You know? It could have been one or the other. But I'll still save anyway, just in case my game crashes or something, because that tends to happen. I'm trying to at least just... They got in we don't. What? Oh yeah. Oh wait, they said tease. Okay, who's in the front? It's Rage Jelly, yep. Okay, I think I'm good. I'm getting my Pokemon stirring with excitement about getting to battle you. Let's get straight to it. Alright, Berg. Your name is Bug, but with an R. I don't know why. Whirlipede. Well, I missed, probably. Oh wow, I didn't. Crazy. I'll do Incinerate, because you would probably, yeah. That way I can guarantee to kill next turn. That did fucking nothing, holy shit. Okay, no, maybe just Incinerate, that does nothing, you know? Maybe that's it. But it's still guaranteed to kill, like I said, but oh my god. Dwebble! Yeah, this might be one of the easiest gyms ever. I mean, bug-type trainers usually are very fucking easy to fight, but still. It just do be like that, I don't know. Oh my god, I got smacked down, what the fuck? It's like WWE! Kill more! Heal more! Okay, bro didn't heal, what the fuck? He should have healed again. Yeah, it's Levany. Cause I don't even know what the fuck this is, but I know like... Oh, it's so... so model. That's what it is. No, are you serious? No, it's gonna happen, bro. I'm gonna lose because I'm gonna miss Fire Fang over and over. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Yay. Thank you, Rage Jelly. I love you. A Fire Punch, wait, that's really good.
75. Oh, it is better than 5. You know, just get rid of fucking Incinerate. That's a useless move. I don't like it. I don't want to be teased by it. I never want to be teased by it. Yay. Ah, I lost. Whatever losing to you doesn't bug me because you're amazingly strong. Yay. I got that badge. I got that wing badge. Whatever. What the fuck is that? What is that supposed to be? Is it a leaf? What is that? Insect badge. Okay. Sure. I'm Jenny Sky. I'll also give you this. Struggle bug. What is that? Also lowers a special attack on a target. Oh. I know best gotta tell you, it's the little things that count. Sure, buddy. That's why you made a gym with these grates that make the worst sound I've ever fucking heard in my life. Yep, that makes sense. I just never want to interact with you ever again. Please go away from me and never speak to me ever again. Bye. And now that that's over, I hope someone hot is calling me. No, it's this bitch. Guess we have to get at Route 4. I don't even know where that fucking is. I'm guessing it's where I got my Sandile. That's what I'm guessing. But I don't know. I'll just put him in the front now, though. He needs to get trained up. Because the next gym is electric, I'm pretty sure. And then that's... actually, I didn't beat the gym in PokeMMO. The gym was too hard for me. But I also had like a weak as fuck Sandile, so... it might have been that. We'll see, though. We'll see what happens. When does Sandile evolve? Hang on. I'm gonna look this up so I don't get 29. Oh my god. I knew the evolution levels in this game were garbage, but holy fuck. Holy fuck, bro. That's like 22 levels. Honestly though, if it just kills like something that's strong against that's like higher level than it, like, you know, Darumaka did, it could level up very easily. Cause you saw how many levels Darumaka got. So if I just like, you know, fight electric types over and over again. What do you want? Earn a promise you made. Yeah, so let's. Oh, okay, sure. What do you want? They said we can have a Pokemon battle in the game as long as we're careful not to break the electric bulletin board. I'm right next to it. We shouldn't be here. Okay. Whatever. Oh my god, they have 4 Pokemon now. That's crazy. I still don't have a fighting type. That's also crazy. What do I do against you? What if I just send out my own dog? You know what? Fuck it. Mingus, prove you're better. Oh yeah, she identified me, bro. That's how you know I'm better. See, I told you I'm better. You know what? I'm gonna use takedown, cause fuck you. I have to prove I'm better. Ouch. Are you gonna heal it? You're so fucking annoying. Anytime I recoil at least. No, Mingus. To be fair, they didn't heal. Mingus would have won that. I just refused to heal. Wait, what the fuck is your problem? I didn't think you were capable of that.
Don't identify me, please. I don't like that. And then you're dead, probably. Yep. Bro, you got crit as well? What is actually your problem? Yeah, I'll just use you, whatever. I don't want to. I don't want to. And they're making me do this. You must go stronger, Sacramento. You must go stronger. Can't say, wait, is that? I don't know which one that is. I don't know the monkeys. Oh, that's the grass one. Okay. Kill my jelly. Kill him. Kill him, my jelly. You must do it for me. Yay. How is he still faster? Mana. Honestly, yeah. Oh, right, because you get stat from this, too. Right. I always forget that, oh yeah, you're also dark type. Could I just use you for ground? Okay, well, they know I'm gonna use this, but you know what? Fuck you. No, they sealed. What does Torment do? No, they sealed this. Oh, that's what Torment does. I see. Can I use this now? I can. I see. Fuck you, I see. I understand. Okay, now as long as the next one isn't weak to ground, I should win. Ignite, you're weak to ground. Oh wait, no, but you're also weak to water. Whoa. Okay, what level does the game want me to be? Oh, this level. Okay, that's cool. I am this level. I trained with ours, but I still couldn't win. Yeah, because you're bad at the video game. The game. I'll never be a strong trainer like you or Sharon or ours, but, you know, since we left New Bama Town, I met a lot of people and I've been thinking about what I want to do in life. You look at it that way, Pokemon is going to be a lot of new experiences. Having my Pokemon stolen was just really hard and I felt really unsure. Still, I gotta say, I'm really glad I went. I learned so much on this journey and I also learned that being with Pokemon is really, really important. Okay, well, I hope to see you again soon. Bye! Yeah, I like how you can tell which Pokemon are strong just by the ones that one-shot the others. And the ones that didn't. Wait, do I have to fight you too? Oh my god, I do. Didn't know this. I forgot this, actually. You know, that's so rude. That's actually so rude. What do I do against you? I don't have a rock move. And my lightning user is dead. I guess I can do this. Oh wait, you're asleep. Wait, you didn't... Wake up. I put you in the ball. Wait, I put you in the ball. Okay, whatever. That's actually crazy. Doesn't work that- No, it does work that way. Well, in the other games. In this one, it doesn't work that way. In Diamond Pearl Platinum, that's how it worked. I'm pretty sure it worked like that in Emerald too, actually. you know, this is fucking annoying. I'm just gonna switch to someone who'll one-shot you. Why am I getting crit every single time by a fucking quick attack of all things? It's actually so annoying. Panpour, that's the water one, right? I got nothing. I got nothing for this. You're weak to grass, not grass, water. Oh wait, is Panpour hang on. Wait, no, cause I got the fire one. Oh yeah, Panpour is the water one. Cause you're psychic, yeah, I got nothing. I don't got grass. My electric user is dead. And Mingus is dead. You're weak to grass, you know, sure, whatever. I don't fucking care. When in doubt, Sacramento, bro. I mean... why not? That did nothing. That also did nothing. Honestly, Razor Shell might do a lot. It did a lot. Oh my god, why do I have to fight this guy here, bro? I swear if I somehow win this, he just actually garbage and should quit. I don't know. Servine. What do I want to do for this? Because that's grass as well. Oh wait, Razor Jelly, right? Actually, I don't know, it might be faster. We'll see. It is faster. Please resist, please. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. I think I have to heal, but like, I'm stubborn. I'm stubborn! Yay! Oh. Liepard. I mean, whatever, I don't fucking care anymore. And get it, stand out. Actually, I should have used the other move. Whatever. It's fine. Get him, stand out. Oh wait, you know what I should have done? I should have... No, fuck it, I don't care. No, I do care. I do care. If they survive, I will heal. I see. I'm tormented. No, oh my fucking god. Why did you make this guy the most annoying thing possible? I can't believe that was a crit. I can't believe that was a crit. Oh, thank you, Torment. Okay, bye, fuck you. Honestly, I feel like this is just my strongest move. I feel like this would have killed it without the bug typing. But whatever. Oh, Mudslap, finally, bro. Yeah. You know, he should quit. He should honestly quit. I beat him. He ambushed me and I beat him. Oh my god, finally someone hot called me. I think I was second resident something. I called Bianca too, but I guess she didn't hear the call. I wonder if she's caught up in. Well, I suppose I'll just have to call her again later. I'll be waiting for you two in front of the gate to Nimbasa City. Hello? Okay, I can go over there whenever I want. Do I want to go over there now? No. I just want to heal. Heal me. Well, I'm gonna have this soon. Gluck, gluck, gluck. I'm gonna have that soon. I'm gonna save right now. That fight sucked. I hated that fight. Okay, and you know what? I'm also gonna leave. Because I want to take a shower. I feel disgusting. But yeah, this was fun. I love this game. You know, despite me hating how Berg talks, I've actually been loving this game. So yeah, other than that, sorry I was a little bit more tired than usual, but yeah, like I don't know, I feel like I couldn't really portray that I was having a good time because of how tired I am right now, and like I said, I only got 6 hours of sleep, and because I slept at 4 a.m. and I woke up at 10 a.m. I don't know if you're here for that, Cyrus, but yeah, that was my sleep schedule last night. So that's why I feel like I didn't really portray myself, and I feel like I was more cranky than usual because of it as well. But yeah, this was fun. I don't really want to talk at the end of the stream like usual, because like I said, I want to take a shower because I feel disgusting. My hair feels so fucking greasy. I need to wash this. I'm so sad I couldn't really take a shower in the morning, but whatever, it's fine. I can just take one right now. But yeah. Okay, let's see. Tomorrow is Thursday, so no stream. Friday. I get to play Splatoon Raiders with Cyrus and Krexic, maybe. I'm forcing you two to play. We'll see. And NB, I don't know if you're the right level. I don't know if you're here actually, but yeah. And then Saturday, I'm gonna play a horror game called Endocopia. It looks really interesting. I want to play it. And then Sunday, more Pokemon. I don't know where I'll be. I can't believe I got to 3 gyms, actually. Because I know this game is so long. Like, everyone says this game is like one of the longest Pokemon games. That's what I've seen. But like, I'm on the 3rd gym. And I don't know, I just feel like I'm here because of the battle speed. But yeah. We'll see. Doing great? Well. Okay, wait, I can't end. Wait, I can't end. Wait. I had to read this. Around a month ago, Doctor Who Chapter 5 released. Did you notice I am pleased with this was Chapter 5? Many friends told me they loved it, so we were crying about everyone's experience made very but the game resonated deeply with new players. I'm kind of moving to the right direction. And it's been a bit, I have a lot of info. Wait, concept art, what the fuck? What the fuck? That's crazy. Oh my god, I don't want to read this. I feel so hot, actually. I don't really read or watch stories. That's because I already know what my game is. I think some other people think about the game so much. Well... Oh my god, he explained Girona. With a stupid anime style, made up moves number 10 to attack me. One was, it's my Girona. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. He explained Girona. It's my hummingbird as an echo to game, and I haven't done that yet. Will I ever? She gives my cat and won't shut up. She gets a good nosy every day. She watched her ruin TV. Oh my god. Yeah, but it's Kiki's. Well, I love merch. I desire and enjoy the corn. Okay, bye. Fuck you. Whatever. Send link. It's on Twitter. It's on his Twitter account. It's the newsletter. He just posted it 20 minutes ago. Actually, wait. I could just post it right now. There you go. I posted it right there. But yeah, I'm gonna raid someone now. I will not stay for the raid, but I will raid someone. Maybe. Not anyone playing Pokemon, because I can't. Because I don't know where they'd be. But I will raid someone. I don't have anyone again. No. Wait, what if I just do this? What if I just raid a random VTuber that's not playing anything, like, I don't know. Yeah, I recommend me to raid someone playing Halo. I don't think I'd ever fucking do that. Thanks for the boot. Do you guys have suggestions? I appreciate your suggestions. Because I know, like, one person here at least watches other VTubers. And I don't know if they have suggestions. Thanks for the head pat. I don't know. I kind of want to raid someone playing Pokemon, but at the same time... Oh my god. I have to raid this person. I have to raid this person. They're playing fucking Ao Oni. I have to raid this person. I don't know who they are, but they're playing Ao Oni, and their bottle has an Ao Oni mask, and like, oh my god. I have to raid this person. Okay, well there's the raid thing. And then if you're a sub, you do this. Oh, it messed up. Uh-huh. Okay, there we go. There we go. I did it. But yeah. I hope I see you guys on, Friday for Splatoon. Goodbye.